Good morning, Kat. How's the day? It seems we have some issues. It seems we have some issues, potentially some issues with the mic, as always. As always, I am uh tired. Yeah, that. Uh, yeah, no, that's the brain, please. Something. No, still no. All right, not something then. Not something then. It happened. It happened. Not something. We have fluffy hair today, which happens. That's a thing. And I have achieved something. I know. I'm impressed by myself already. I have achieved something here where basically I turned on or created something that I don't know if I will keep or like or retain for the long term. I did something in the settings, so I did a lot. I did a lot of things. Shit happens, but I added this thing for the question count. So instead of having the regular segment controls like the five options, I did a curved segment control, not segment control thingy, because you are adding question count per section. I decided to do something that is a bit more flexible, and so it's a bit curved for no reason other than well, it's curved. That's it. And it has like a nice tick every time you pass one of these segment when you have the haptics enabled. So you just have a nice tick and then a bigger tick when you release it. So that's interesting. However, I don't know. That is the situation. I don't know. I don't know how I like it. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. I think it's not aligned, and I feel like it doesn't work with the rest of the view. Specifically here being like the settings, and we have most of the settings related things, which are supposed to be like really strict and specific. But yeah, I don't know. It's also a bit complicated and annoying to have like a draggable element in something that is already a draggable view. So I end up with a lot of mishint or mishit at times. But I don't know. I feel like at least it's a component that I can reuse. I didn't rename it as question selection count or something, so I can revert and just use that as a base element. Like that's the option. But yeah, that's what I did, and that's why I'm like I don't know. I'm debating. It's also like very subtle on the curve. It's not like the most massive curve. It's using the exact same curve that I'm using for the tab bar at the bottom. So therefore they are like working together. That makes sense. But I also didn't check that. So that is an absolute fair point. No, I did that. Yeah, you can't see the background. I knew I was making a mistake here. I need to change that. Uh I need to change that. But yeah, like that's an interesting thing that I did. Um, but yeah, other than that, I decided to remove the analytics entirely. I did that on Monday, not really. I did that on Tuesday morning. We talked about it on Monday, and I decided to do that on Tuesday morning. Chris, welcome back. Um, and the glass thing, I did. I stopped. I kind of stopped. I didn't try, and I haven't like the Xcode beta that I have is not stable enough for me to be able to update anything just yet. So Haven't tested the glass thing. I'm waiting for beta 4 to see if it does anything. But I have doubt. I have doubt. But yes, that's the thing. I removed the analytics from the app, entirety of the app, and we'll see if uh, if it works. How many beta before release? I don't know. We are supposed to get the beta of iOS 26. There is no beta for this. This is already released. But the what's the fucking name? The beta for iOS 26 is currently in public beta. So all the devs have had three beta versions that were good. We're supposed to receive the public one this week. The was the rumor that we have. And so, goddamn, 100 times. That's crazy. Uh, also, the timing was really good. But yeah, like the expectation is that the iOS 26 public beta is going to also send the iOS developer beta 4. So that should be pretty good and help us to have more stuff. We'll see if that changes anything. I so far haven't seen any updates that are like significant enough to be considered as good or bad. So that's I would say that's the situation. For me to release something uh, in liquid glass, that is going to take 6 months, I think. Um, the main reason for that is that the cycle of release from Apple is usually you have the official release for everyone is having access to it, and then that is like roughly in September when the new iPhone is released, and then you have October, November for people to like transition to the new version of iOS. And basically by November, December, everyone or 90% of the iPhones have been, or the iPhone that can um, support it, have been transferred. The thing that I don't like though is that for me to be able to have iOS 26 to just like support things, I'm gonna have to go through the entire app and just state stuff and say, if iOS 26, then this layout. However, if it's not, it's going to be the regular layout. And that is just making my files already really big for iOS files, to be honest, based on not much research, but some research that I've done to know like what is best practices and what is recommended for files lengths and so on. It's a bit of a, a mess. I'm not cooked. It's mostly like nonetheless, I'm currently running iOS 26 on my phone and I'm running the app in iOS 18 version, or technically 17.6. So it does run, right? Like there is no option, no issues for running on 26 without uh, the official design of iOS. As long as I'm targeting iOS 17 as a default, then the thing that I'm have in place in there are not going to be taken over by the system just yet, and so I can just fix that. So that's fine by me. If I compile it for iOS 26 as a minimum requirement version, and I'm running it on iOS 26 device, then I'm getting some issues. So the only thing that I need to do is just not minimal version 26, and I'm just saying minimal version 18, and then I'm good. So I might have, like as I said, 6 months to maybe a year even before I release something that is glass and others. Most of the thing that I'm thinking about is that there is not much that I would use glass for. Like obviously the navigation bar at the bottom, the curved element would be really good in glass if it could take glass. I guess it can because this is like ultra thin material, which is their frosted glass, initial frosted glass from iOS 7, long time. So that makes sense. I would be able to use glass for this kind of curved, not really, like different things. However, I don't know how it would react, and I don't know if it's a good idea. So we'll see. And then other than that, like nothing else would benefit from glass in the app. Like there is no specific part that I'm like, oh yeah, that would absolutely be great if we were in liquid glass for this specific page. Like not really. Potentially the button at the bottom would be good because that would like match the official general things, but that's about it. So yeah, like there is no real need for anything. The thing that is pissing me off though is this. If you take a look closely, there is the title that is saying dictionary at the top, which is in green on top of green. And that's not readable. That's not good. The thing that is not making any sense is the fact that technically on Xcode, when I'm running it, that's not the case. And um, I don't understand. Yeah, I think most product will basically do what we have on here, for example. You basically just have the navigation at the bottom that is liquid glass, and that's about it. The rest is really like the same. You have the cross button at the top that is liquid glass, but that's it. Navigation at the bottom to get like your search or your not search is the pattern that people will adopt. But yeah, like there is nothing else but this. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's yeah, it's limited. Anyways, so other than that, like I don't think there is anything in there that would benefit from it right now. The only thing that I know that by default is taking liquid glass when I'm transferring it to iOS 26 is these buttons at the top, specifically the one that is for settings, which I don't know why it's not in the same place, but it's not in the same place. And this one is taking glass by default, like automatically. And I'm not having to do anything when I'm running it on 26. On this page, specifically, this was taking automatically glass. I don't know because I changed it today. And then again, it's taking the wrong color scheme, and I don't understand why. It's a very, very weird situation where it's not supposed to, and it still does. Really have a hard time understanding this one. Like it's weird. That's it. It's just weird. Makes no sense. I'm supposed to have in my dictionary view, dictionary details view, from here, my navigation system, which is right about there, or technically in the dictionary view, I think. I forgot. It's been a while since I touched it. That that thing is tint, so the tint of the elements that are located in the header are supposed to use my primary color. Primary color is either white or black on um, by default. And so right now I'm using tint, meaning that when I'm navigating from one to the other, it's using the proper element. But for some reason, once I'm not using that through just that view, it's overridden by something else, and that just makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I don't get it. So yeah, tint is a bit of a weird thing because it's a new system. I mean, new system. It's not that new, but it's kind of new, um, and it just It works sometimes, but yeah, I really don't get it. But that's fine. That's fine. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. At some point, I'm gonna figure it out. And or at some point, Swift UI and iOS is gonna be saying that we have a better way to do it, and then I'll change. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, like other than that, other than these things, was like the very minimalistic navigation change and potential like three buttons that have the glass. I don't think most people are gonna transfer, navigate, and change their content just yet, unless they want to get rid of 50% of their users. Because, as you said earlier, right, you said that you're not updating to iOS 26 just yet. And that makes sense, right? If you are not a dev trying to build something directly to check if it works or not, that makes sense. But, like most people don't necessarily update their phone on release day. Like my mom was still running iOS 15 last time I saw her, and then I just made her update to 17, just, security reasons. But yeah, she doesn't know. Like she think the thing just works, and the usual update is happening. Like if you're on iOS 18, for example, and you're staying on 18, then it's just 18.1 and 18.2 and so on, and that's automatic. But as soon as you have like a major number, you need to say yes that you accept terms of services, and then you do the things and whatever, and then you update. And then she doesn't do it. Like I'm sure that she's not gonna update to 26 yet. So yeah, they do not. They do not. Um, it's mostly for me, like as app creation, it's mostly for me. If I don't update and I don't make it like support some of the features that are in there, it's not gonna be as um as pushed to the rest of the store. Like if I'm supporting iOS 26 with iOS 26 navigations, systems, patterns, and so on, it's an up-to-date app, and therefore it is pushed as a bit further in the front of the row than someone that is like an app that is successful but hasn't been updated since iOS 15, for example, would be kind of at a lower tier because some of the features of iOS 15 have been deprecated in the new version of iOS. So, if you're staying on top of the options, it makes sense. But then again, I don't know. I don't know. It really depends. It really depends. I think I will need to do some updates at some points and also make sure that some of the things that we have are working. God damn, this is not working. Um, to like just make sure that things run. But right now, or at least for now, I'm still at the exact same point in 26 beta where things are just not running. I mean, they are running, but they're not running as expected, and that's a bit annoying. Um, the good thing is, what do I mean the toolchain is not installed? It is installed. Yes, it is, bitch. That, yeah, it's a bit of a mess, to be honest. Um, I need to sort out some of these screenshots and recordings because they make no sense anymore. But yeah, I know. I'm probably gonna have some issues with that. Yep, that was the plan. God damn it. One day, one day this thing is gonna be matching and good and not requiring me to do this. Also, this makes no sense. I agree. I would agree that these are errors that makes no sense. Also, I don't really know why they are doing that. That's the I don't know. That is the I don't know. Go back there if I can to check. Running iOS 26 and an iPhone 16e. That should be good if it works. If you've been here before, you know how not good it is. It just takes so long for no reason, and that's sad. Oh, so yes, I fixed some things. I not published yet. I sent for review to Apple the version that I was saying that I would do. So I removed the analytics, which is good for me and bad for me at the same time. I need to fix the analytics or reintroduce the analytics now, which is going to be tomorrow or technically this week work, which is good. And then after that, I will be able to propose something or publish something. It should be good. It should be good. It is. If this thing could just update itself, that would be good. Nope, still nothing. Still nothing. The event that I went to last week, I dropped my resume and shit to the company. I haven't heard of or heard back from them since then. I even haven't heard like a thank you for your resume, blah blah blah. Thank you for coming to the event. Um, you're in the system now, like that. That could have been like the minimum, but also it's been a week, so you know, like that's if they are busy, they are busy. I can't really do anything about it. But yeah. Why don't we have a check for date situation? You know, like in there, so that this just works, please. Oh, but yeah, no job. The other one that I had an interview for last week as well. Uh, the job in Japan, same thing. Sent my links, my resume, my stuff, and didn't hear back. But same thing. It was like last week. So Japanese people sometimes make a bit or take a bit long of a longer time. But still, like that company specifically, every time that I have applied through them, I haven't heard anything at all. Like at all, which is really bad. Like to me, from my point of view, it's really bad marketing from their company. Like it just shows me that they are either doing something but not really updating me, or they are not doing anything based on the initial call that we had, which makes absolutely no sense. So I don't know. I do not know, but it's fine. I'm also again not necessarily like deep invested in finding something. I would rather have my app be successful and paying my bills, rather than having to get like a new job and working for someone else. But at the end of the day, working for someone else is really good because you don't have to worry about much, right? Everything is just there, and you get paid. That's it. Whereas if you work for yourself, the day you don't work, it's basically the day you don't get paid. So, not so good. Not so good. I need to do a post, by the way, a celebration post, because a lot of people have been saying that it's a thing that should happen, and I don't want to, but it's something that should happen. Um, I should do a post celebration to say, well, we've reached like 2,000 downloads of the app, which is pretty good. We've reached that for a while now, but it it's something that could be beneficial, like a bit of a additional post, and then on top of that, when, if, I don't know, the app is accepted, um, the new version, I'm gonna have to do nope, not dribble, Reddit post to basically say thank you for your feedback last times. I've made some updates. Here are the thing that I kind of talked about, and that last time gave me 280 downloads, so that's pretty good. The thing that I checked yesterday, I forgot, it's been a while, was the number of active devices per day. And so there is like a rough amount of like 4 sessions per day per users as a median. So like some users are using the app more than four, and some of them are using one. But yeah, like that was pretty nice. 4 sessions is not a lot. But when you think about like Duolingo, for example, it's usually going to be 1 session per day, where the user is opening Duolingo, doing its section for the day, and then never opening the app again. So I feel like it's kind of similar. So 4 sessions is really good. That means some people are willing to come back to the app multiple times in one day, which, yeah, I like that idea. I like the idea. Um, I'm trying to wait for this to load, and it did. See, that's an issue of iOS 26. This uh, onboarding has a background. It it does. Believe me, there is a background. But no, for some reason, the onboarding doesn't want to have a background on 26, and it makes absolutely no sense. And then again, we have this where my search bar, instead of being where it's supposed to be, which is like right here, it's right there. And the only way that I have right now to get this to work is to click on dictionary and then come back to my regular page. And now I have my search bar on the top. So that's some of the issues of iOS 26, which makes absolutely no sense because I don't get it. But the thing that I wanted to check was this view right here. If I go in, you see that the percentage thing is now a liquid glass element, but it doesn't do anything. Like I can click and play with it, but it doesn't have anything, or it can't have anything. So I'm kind of unsure about why it's positioned and presented as a button when it's not like a back button like this thing is. So that's the kind of complex and understandable thing that I currently have. Other than that, everything kind of works. This one is a button, so that kind of makes sense. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. This is fine. It's not good, but it's fine. But yeah, like that's the thing. iOS 26 is okay, but we also like the app is basically black and white by default, so there is not a lot of things that can be added and beneficial and so on. To Glass specifically, also it lags titles at times, like they just glitch out, and we don't understand why. But yeah, like it's kind of this whole thing is just it's just weird. One of the things that I do like though is that the newest version of 26 has this navigation scroll blur thingy. I forgot how they named it, edge scrolling or something. And it has this progressive-ish blur with darkening, which is basically what I did manually at the bottom. So that kind of implies that if I wanted to get this same native feel, I could remove mine and it would just use the native one, and that would be good enough. That's a thing that I'm thinking about. The same reason why I'm thinking about like it's just it's there, it will help, it will make the app more responsive because that way I can just trust the system to take this as a default compared to having to make it myself. But you know, like that's not a today thing. It's gonna be a next year thing. So yeah. Nonetheless, like that's basically where we are. Can you get the fuck out? You can't. Good. God damn. But yeah, like this is the thing that I was working on today, where I'm trying to have like my transition a bit better when it comes to reveal and so on. Specifically on the character section, it was like kind of instant, so having like a bit of a better transition between the two states. It's really nothing, but you know, like some just a smidge of a transition helps a ton. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what can happen. But like that amount of space that is wasted at the top could be replaced by something else. I could have the native navigation instead, not have title and have my full scroll view be like somewhere around here, basically by default. That could be an option. So I don't know. I don't know. And then same thing here. We're supposed to have like a background with this, but no. Apparently, no. Apparently, background doesn't exist, and you need to know with transparency, and it's fine. It's just it makes no sense. It makes no sense. The like good thing that I know where things are, but yeah, this is a weird rendering from iOS themselves. Uh, yeah, I don't know. But that's where we are with the iOS 26 situation. I don't know what can be done just yet. I just know that the iOS 18 is going to be the default for a while. Yeah, as far as I remember, we are currently seeing things that are deprecated from iOS 15 that are now deprecated in iOS 17. So basically, the thing that were there still kind of works because you have like a transition thing or transition period, but that's about it. And so, right this instant, if I stay on iOS 18 as the dev, I have access, or I would be able to get the things for like, I don't know, probably 3 to 5 years before they kind of start to get deprecated or changed or replaced by something a bit better. So, like the tint thing that I was talking about earlier, like this thing that is technically good, but also not good. I wish I understood though. I would say that's the thing that would make my life so much better. Uh, it would be this. I wish I understood why my tint primary doesn't really um, work on the detail view, but it works on the dictionary view, but it doesn't work if it's coming from the initial content view situation. It's just so weird. It's so weird. I don't get it. Not that it matters. It does, but it doesn't. So, like it's a weird situation. It's a weird situation. Anyways, let me check the onboarding for a second. I just want to check if we have that placed. Mm, yeah, for some reason we don't have a background that's defined here, but we have a background that's defined by default. So I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyways, anyways, that's the thing. So that's where we are. Where we are is this. It's kind of annoying. I wish I could go not faster, but like faster, to ensure that I have thing that just works. But yeah, it's taking longer than expected, and it's also requiring me to understand things that I don't understand. Someone on YouTube was or left a comment on my last video talking about the fact that they are dev, and if I have a need for help, I can contact them as well, which is appreciated. Thank you. Um, but yeah, like the current things that I'm kind of missing is mostly that technical, if that makes any sense. As in how things are supposed to be working and how things are supposed to be set up to be successful or efficient or so on. Like right now, I'm just adding Lego bricks together and hoping that it works, and it does work, but it's just not exactly what needs to happen. So yeah, it's not the best. Not the best. That's where we are, which is fine. It's gonna be okay. It is gonna be okay. I realized re re something, not realized. Um, words, brain. I mean, yeah, realize can work. Noticed is gonna be fine. That we didn't go through the likes on Monday. We kind of went through it a tad, but then we talked about other things, and we had a long ass chat about adding tests to your code for a long time. And yeah, we didn't go through this entire thing, which is kind of sad because there is a lot of really good things that I kind of wanted to talk about. I think we stopped somewhere along the line of Nani's work because we talked about it, but I'm gonna just make sure that this one is the one that we talked about and not duplicate thing. I feel like this is a duplicate because I don't think we talked about any of these. Yeah, we haven't. We talked about this though. I do remember that. We talked about this one, not that one. That is even worse. God damn it. That means we have even more stuff. I do remember these though. Cool, 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 cool. So, I think we stopped here for the pastels, and that was the thing that I kind of stopped on. And then all of these didn't really touched on because that's nice. This one I kind of kept because it looks really, really, really similar to the one I did version of the app that you are using with uh, the color theme that you're adding. So if we go into, I don't know if I have that available, I'm guessing here. Maybe, maybe. Also, Figma is extremely slow, like, like extremely slow lately, and it's really bad. I, I am sad about it. They said at config that they were updating and changing, making sure the performance was better. And on the day to day, it's been shittier and shittier since config. So that's I don't like that. I don't like when they say something is better, and at the end of the day, it's not. So yes, it's similar to this, which I did a long time ago now. We use something similar for Stony as well, where basically you have like a very minimalistic version of the app inside of the selector thing. And this one is a bit more complex because you define like light mode or dark mode for your default, and then you can have your accent color selection if you wanted to. And then for other things, I have like gradients, gradient background, which I don't think came in at the end of the release. I don't think that went through, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. See, like that thing at the top just ain't is I would say a bit of a similar situation than this. This is a bit more uh, themed, where these themes are more on purpose, and mine are just like, you have a color, bitch. I just changed something. I said, dang, like that. So you just have like the background and the gray changes, whereas here's the entire thing that has a bit more like an accent color and so on. So you know, small details. We like it. It's nice, and we keep that as a reference. One of the things that is good though is the fact that Ilya has been starting, or lately has been starting to post a lot more of design and a lot less of trolling, which we like. Every time that he's been posting something, it's been pretty much a design that he's been working on, and that's pretty good. A lot of reaction, of course, but like that helps, and I'm hoping they retain that as a pattern on their end, because the amount of views they have and the amount of thing that they see in terms of socials is really good. So I'm hoping that's a transition. Nonetheless, this thing was interesting. We talked about it before. They made this, and we didn't really understand why and how these light things would work. That person here decided to recreate it in interactive format, and it's not bad, but it's not good either. The overall thing here, at least from my point of view, doesn't give me any information at all. I know that this is supposed to be like kind of, you know, minimalistic and so on, but other than the white version that has like some sort of an understanding of, okay, that's just like an holographic version, anything that takes a theme, a color theme, is just not good. I don't understand if I'm going negative or positive because the light is going on both sides. So that's a bit of a weird thing. Um, but yeah, like it just it's interesting that they have made this. It's a nice transition. It's a nice overall creation. It is fixed compared to last time, which is good. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's rotating much. It does, but not entirely. So I like it though. It's just kind of weird. Nonetheless, if you are someone that likes Formula One, this was kind of fun to have Jack with Hall basically blocking the path and getting a 10-second time penalty as the, not automated, but like they have the card done in no time. I feel like this is really fun. So yeah, for those of you who are into F1, it's pretty good. But yeah, that's a nice thing. Stony, hi, what morning? Welcome back. How was the day? How was the day? More stuff here, more animations. I kept this mostly for I think Kroski's mostly for the realisticness and the portfolio and the ideas of potentially have some mixed media transition inside of your portfolio. That would be pretty nice. This is a nice font as well, but that's a handwritten font which you can find. So that's just preference and interest and so on. Um, these ones were for pastels and also for the fact that this is absolutely inaccessible. I know that on stream the screen that you see is a tad more bumped in terms of saturation and lack of contrast. So you even less see these icons, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea. I like it, obviously. I feel like if they were to do black instead of white, or basically a blend mode to take the color that is in the background, that would work with no issues. Because it's white, that is kind of weird. So, small details, but it's good to to check and see some of the references and stuff that come out. This one was impressive. I that's it. Like it's impressive. That's about it. That's one fucking band. When you're doing origami and you're, I mean, this is like a bit more origami than the other things, but nonetheless, this is one singular thing. And as long as you follow the fucking lines, you're good, and you're gonna end up with this rendering of paper cut out, not cut out, but cut out, but it seems like it's like four blocks merged into each other, which is the case. I feel like this is impressive. Again, this is a Japanese person, so that makes a lot of sense to me. Anyways, Radio Fun, and we talked about them before. They have been trying, and we have a ton of them in the feed. All of the glass effect behaviors. And so clear and union can work together, and so you can see how the elements are gonna behave together and potentially just impact each other and so on. And they have done a ton of presentations and attempt so that I can now know what are the modifiers and properties that I need to have in my design to get the thing that I want. So if I wanted to have something that is just glass effect union to merge things together on animation, that's an option. So yeah, that was good. That was good. Other than that, Grok has been updated. This is like from last week. That's crazy. Didn't talk about that on Monday. This is from last week. The design of Grok 4 Heavy is really good. It's really sci-fi inspired and minimalistic, and I do like the concept of it. It's really Terminal E inspired, and the overall like progress and things are really nice. So yeah, I do like it. But yeah, details stuff. Other than that, we've had this one that was really cute. It has a bit of an holographic background. It doesn't really work like an holograph, but hologram, but it's neat, and it also reminded me of Chris's G logo kind of cut at the end for the tails. That's an interesting thing. It's not the pig nose, but it's kind of similar. If we reverse it, like it's kind of the pig nose. So, you know, inspiration everywhere. That's a different thing. That doesn't really matter. This is something that we talked about last time. Some pastel coming back again. This is in Rive, so it's a thing that I don't like, but it's still pastels that are coming back, which is really nice. And that's a different thing that haven't been posted. This one from Tobias, I don't know, has been really mind-blowing. I want to get that person in my circle, and I want them to teach me everything they know about SwiftUI navigation in transition, because this is amazing from my point of view. The creation of folders, the unfolderization of things, the fact that you can pull things out of the folder in a way that behave properly. Your hover state or click on a folder just doesn't really open in a folder way all the time. As you can, but you're not necessarily needing to do such thing. You can just click on it to expand it. All of that is extremely good, and the design is extremely good. I don't think this is I don't think this is a tool that I would use personally. I still have requested like early access so that I can test it out, and maybe it would be converted. But it's really impressive. There is like a lot of patterns and behaviors that are in there that just make sense. Small, teeny tiny micro interactions here and there when you look at it closely. When it comes to when the folder is clicked, it has a bit of a bump in terms of scale. Everything is moving out when it's need to, and yeah, I like it. I like that a lot. Anyways, moving on. uh, we've had a bit of a comeback of these. I forgot who did that. I think like Bad Cop would appreciate for the Minecraft um, challenge thingy. I forgot when that happened for the children's. But yeah, these things are interesting. The fonts are interesting, and the effects are pretty simple, and that could be really good to add to the design themselves. This is like just dither, and so on to adding to your fonts and your things. But yeah, like that's a interesting feedback and interesting like uh, comeback to these design styles, I would say. So yeah, yes. Other than that, there is a ton of things that are just teeny tiny elements that just make sense. That I just, it's nice to have. So this thing, which we talked about before, the split navigation with your main element being at the top, your sub element being at the bottom, yeah, I think is now a pattern, definitely a pattern that has been used for more than 5 apps that I know, so including mine. So that's the thing. There is a new one that has been published that is now at the top of this list of liked tweet that is the same. So yeah, I think it's a pattern. I think we're gonna see that next year, a ton of it. So yeah, same thing. That was for whoever wants to mix media portfolio. There is a ton of things in there which are really good, but small details, small patterns. Same thing here. This is the transition styles for the elements. So identity is just some very basic things. Materialize is when the element doesn't exist yet and then it just materializes out of nowhere. And identity is the regular transition. So these are the things that I'm looking at and looking for when I'm looking for the way that things are going to be implemented in iOS 26. Again, going back to what Riz said or asked for earlier, I'm not going to touch that for a while. But as far as knowing that it exists and how it's kind of working, this is really, really good content. But that if you are an iOS dev and you want to know how things are going to transition by default, um, by using the modifier that we are used to, as in match geometry is something that we use all the time, but identity as well with materials didn't exist just yet. So that addition kind of help to, make it make more sense. But yeah, Radio Fun is really good for this, for following stuff all around. And some pastels, because obviously this one was cute. It reminds me of some of the things that my sister wanted to do for her tattoos. She hasn't done that yet, I think, but she has, or at the time that she was talking about it, um, she has some freckles all over the arm and the back and so on. And she kind of wanted to uh, link them like constellations for like zodiac sign and shit like this, and to just have fun with that. I think it's a nice idea, but also like this is an interesting thing as well. It's a bit of pigeon looking for freckles. It's not design related, but it is design related. Anyways, anyways, um, I talked about that. I think on Discord, or I forgot. I think I forgot. So you know what? I'm gonna send that in chat. I think Stony, that would be pretty interesting for you. This is a bit of a deep dive on the CSS world change element thingy. I don't know how to explain it, but it's pretty interesting, and it gives you like a lot of information about how and why CSS world change works, how the transform and situation kind of works for uh, the animations. So adding that to your code is pretty nice. Again, this is like basic CSS, and I don't know exactly how it works in coalition, whatever with Tailwind, even though it should work the same because it's the basis, but we never know. We never know. Um, anyways, this one was pretty nice. I remember that Chris was asking if Blender was a good idea to learn, and this is a very good representation of what you can do with Blender rather than learning illustration per se, like pen and paper illustration. If you have the ability to generate and create 3D rendering, and then you have a very specific shading style that you can have in your Blender file, you will basically have the ability to render things that look as if they were flat. And then you just have the ability to just change the lighting, change the angle when necessary, and so on. So that's a very good presentation. Again, this is not the basis of everyone's styles, right? Not everyone is going to have low poly, not low poly mix elements. But yeah, that's it. Hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? That's pretty nice. And that same thing that is Blender. So nice rendering. It's not as good as I would hope it to be, but I'm also thinking that this is just the compression of Twitter just being bad. Just being bad. So, just keeping things in mind. These are really interesting to me. So it's not the first time. The one that is just underneath is kind of the same vibe. This thing, um, right? So it's interesting. It's not the same person, so that I usual, right? I'm making sure that they are not coming from the same people. So that if I'm telling you that some sort of a pattern, it is some sort of a pattern, and not necessarily just one person doing the same style over and over, which happens. But this is an interesting uh, feel for some of the design that I've seen lately. It is a combination of pastel again with a bit of holographic, but not that much. Organic shapes and straight lines. There is a ton of things in there that you might not be able to see, as in the lines for the circles in the background, the lines for the path. Like the name is clear path, so that makes sense. But these things make a lot of sense. It's a bit dreamy. There is a lot of blur and directional blurs as well that is added to the illustrations and the photos and the things to make the transition between sections of the website a bit better. Not a pattern just yet, but it's not the first time I'm seeing this, and it's not something that is new to this year. I've seen that some years ago, like probably 6 years ago, I've seen something similar. The only difference right now, and I don't know if that's the case right here, I don't want to, say something that is untrue, but it feels like these illustration types might have been generated, and it would make sense. It would make a lot of sense for the designer to just decide to generate some dreamy images that can then have the same color scheme and vibe and things, and then play with them in their design. But I don't know. and I don't think they talked about it much. Um, like in here. So I don't know, but it's a bit of a again, it's a bit of a pattern E situation with these. Yeah, with these like kind of gradient, grainy gradient transitions and other things. So that is something that is interesting. We do like it. We have this that is an amazing, massive news, which I know was gonna happen at some point. But now, Ventato UI, which is the thing that we use most of the time for, we used most of the time before I built this
Mom?
for my own stuff, is now available in React using Tailwind CSS 4.1, which is really good, meaning that the combination of your designer having access to the design file in Figma, which is exactly one to one with these things, and your dev, that could be yourself, have the ability to just transfer from elements to elements and be one to one for sure. That is really good. However, this is $400. That's the only thing that I don't like about it. It's if I go in the buy now section, it's it's 350 for one user, which basically means that it's 350. No one will buy for five users. Like, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's just code. So, like that's the thing. But yeah, 350 for this entire thing is a tad expensive when you take into consideration reshaped, which is the other one that we kind of like, that is currently set at like $90. Um, so yeah, you know. And the thing, the npm install, like the React library, is basically free, so that's useful. Anyways, so yeah, so that's a news. That's a good news. Jordan doing like really good stuff for Until UI as always, but like having it in code is really really nice as well. That is said news. So as I was saying, these split in the middle of the screen to have the ability to navigate in between things is um, a pattern. That's it. It's a pattern. That's all it is, and we're gonna see that next year for sure. Like a ton of it, all the times. So get ready, I guess. This is Adobe or Abodi. Like it's kind of weird of a fucking name for dyslexic people. Like it's B and the D that are swapped for Adobe, but it's Abodi, which feels weird to say and to pronounce and so on. But this is a new social environment thing that Alex has been working on for a while, and also another person has been working on this, and they are now in beta testing situation thingy. And I'm kind of scared of the Adobe related potential lawsuit because the name is really similar, but it doesn't really matter. It is a social environment for widgets and for social like um, interactions. As they presented it, they basically didn't talk about anything, which is really impressive. I am impressed by their launch, and like it's just they have talked about it, but not too much, and it's not that much. But yeah, like that is the situation. It's really interesting to have like a new social platform that basically comes in and and might be interesting. Again, I don't think a new social platform is going to be useful or good or working, but why not? Right? At the end of the day, why not? If it works, it works, and that's really good. So yeah, it's really inspired by Bump and uh, Ammo, which is French. So you know that happens. But yeah, Grasson, hi, welcome back. How are you? This one made me laugh for reasons. So this is like a an in Figma illustration. It's a very flat illustration. It's not a realistic illustration, and they have made a very, very good job at doing it. I really like it. One of the things that I do like about it a lot is that now with these new um, viable, not really, but yeah, viable blur that you can add to elements like these transition for the shadow, these transition right here for the rims, and so on, are something that we can achieve way more easily than before when I was doing mines. So that's really interesting. And then when I'm looking at this is what makes me laugh because the entire thing, I don't understand. I don't understand how these are working because I mean I do understand, but like they are using mask a lot. Like they have a lot of mask inside of things to mask the initial content with like maybe the car body and so on, which is good. It's a thing that works. It's a thing that makes sense, and it avoids some of the thing that I do when I'm doing my illustration myself. But it also creates more issues here and there where you have clipping elements that are supposed to be outside but not really, but like you need to have your shine element to be in a group that is above what it could be inside of the same thing and so on. So I like it, but it's also I would say interesting to see how they've made it. Nonetheless, they have made an amazing job here in creating this illustration. So yeah, that's nice stuff. I saved this one for one single reason. Let's see if I can find it. I know it's around here. I don't know if we will see much of it because I don't have a lot of screenshot of it. But back in 2014, I had made an entire set of icons with, weirdly enough, a very, very similar yellow. It was the client um, yellow and the client things, but it's really interesting to me to see how this set of icons that is really similar to the one I've made in 2014, 15, um, is now kind of popular with what happened. It's kind of sad that I don't have the entire thing because this was interesting to work on. But yeah, that's the only thing that I have. The only thing that you can see right here is just like it's a very square icon set with a yellow accent color when you are selecting things. So you know, it happens. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice to see. Anyways, other than that, I'm reaching the top. I think we are close to that. This one was really impressive. I would love to know um, how to make these because that as a stream overlay, as an event on stream, like instead of having this, right, there's just an image that pops in. Having a sticker to stick in and stick out would be really, really good. So maybe maybe, maybe that could happen. I doubt it. It looks really good though. It looks really good. Um, this was nice. Some tabs as always, which is really similar to the one that I've made, which makes sense. If you have seen K-pop Demon Hunters, uh, that might speak to you. If you haven't, that will not. Yeah. And then uh, same thing. This is I don't know if this is like Blender made or if it's someone else, something else. But same thing. Like having the ability to create these is really impressive. To basically have the ability to just get your like character in any position, whatever, with the shading that makes sense for your illustration, for your comics, for your whatever, in no time. This is really, really impressive. Uh, this, I like most of the comments and replies that are saying that this would work on me. Like I would be sold in no time. So yeah, I yeah. I don't want to lean onto this, but I feel like something like an anime girl situation on Can, specifically on the landing page, could work. Could work. Not will work, but could work. This one is impressive as well. Let me click on that link there. This is Mit or Mite, I don't know. I'm guessing it's Mite based on the fact that it sounds Japanese. Nonetheless, this is an AI generation thing, and this is the video presentation, so obviously it is going to be really good. But the way that you have selective element to change stuff and then have potential animation in the video done with that in seemingly a lot of not a lot of clicks is really impressive. So yeah, so that's the thing. The thing. Yeah. I'm talking about this fucking app every time. This is pastels all over. This is a bit of a gradient slash holographic slash pastels element. There is some high color, high vibrancy elements to that. They stand out. But yeah, that's the thing. Um, and then this one is the one that we were on earlier, which is a very nice button. I feel like it's much better than what Apple has released, and maybe Apple should hire this person. I don't know. I don't know. That's about it, which is good. That's it. If you have like a link or something, you said if I wanted to review something, please share link. Share link. Link is good. Link is good. That is interesting. Yeah, but that's not the same, really, compared to what we had a second ago, which I think has um, tutorial, tutorial, access potential things. Like there is something that is really interesting. I don't know if you can see that, which is really, really, really subtle. But the place where you stock, drop behind, what one? Where you stock a sticker, get sticky tape, whatever things in the background that stays on the back. So if I'm removing this one, it's gonna have the shape all over, which is really interesting to to see as a concept, and again as an idea of how I could or how someone could like think about it. Like that's it also has sound, so that's a interesting thing. Um, yeah, it has shadows. They have like pretty proper shadow, which works with your mouse position based on the official shadow and so on. And then on click, you have the ability to drop stuff, which again is really nice. Um, so yeah, like that. That's nice. That is nice. I wish there was like a tutorial slash situation, um, because to me it would kind of makes more sense to have like something that helps, but also it's, I mean, it works, you know. Um, Nox, welcome back. Yeah, that's the thing. I What I'm thinking about when I saw that the first time, and the reason why I liked it is I saw this and I specifically saw how they are coming in the view. And if they could have some sort of a coming out of the view, right, and then getting dropped somewhere else, like out of frame, for these things, like right now, I just have these as a it appears and then it's done. I think same thing for that. Like that, it's just one somewhere, and it stays. But if it had this whole animation of randomly appearing elements wherever, like I don't know, I feel like that would be really good. I feel like that would be really good. Specifically the loading page, right? That that's really nice. No, I didn't make that, sadly. No, I wish. I wish. I wish. But yeah, 1 second. I guess yeah, it's probably like a 3JS situation. Um, I mean, from my point of view, it would be a 3JS situation because that's the only thing that makes sense. But yeah, um, it just makes sense. But yeah, I wish I had like a bit more things behind it, something that makes more sense, or something that would help me understand a bit better what happened, how it happened, what was made, why it was made, and so on. So yeah, the code pen you sent is really good as well. It's just the hover situation for the stick out, but it doesn't have the drag. Um, but basically, that is the reverse, right? If I had one of these just drop whatever, Um, it would be one of these reversed animation situation, right? So that's the thing. Why the exclamation mark? Doesn't serve any purposes. Um, and yeah, cybersec, hi, recording. I think you could be able to get like an image in there. Um, Probably. But yeah, I don't know why this one didn't trigger. It is. It's probably one of the silent one, like kind of low volume one that is not necessarily audible at all times. Oh, God damn. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's not too much though. That's the thing that is pretty nice. But yeah, I would rather get that initial thing, based on the fact that this is 3JS and that they said that this is used by through 3JS. I'm guessing they are using 3JS to do that. You know, it could make sense. Uh, and I wish there was more, but no. Yes. Yes, I can. I feel like I missed something. 1 second. What did I miss? Droppy came in. That's what I saw. Um, yeah, the thing that is important is to follow the people that do the right thing on Twitter in order for your feed to not be just porn. Because if you don't, if you follow everyone, which is something that I used to do, your feed is just porn in like 3 clicks. Like as soon as I have someone that is like a popular person, the probability of something right about under the ear not being related is kind of crazy. So, you know, that's something. What I'm seeing here though is really bad, but we'll see. Figma is saying that tomorrow they are releasing, well, I don't know what they are doing tomorrow, but tomorrow they have something that talks about the glass effect, apparently, that they have put in place. So, uh, yeah, and that's absolutely true. So we'll see. I know that based on the fact that they have like other things in terms of uh, the other icons that I have shared. I don't know if we have them here though. It's been a bit. Um, they talked about this, and then someone else talked about something else. No, we don't have it. Um, can this not die? It'd be appreciated. They have like another set of shaders that are probably gonna be like available, but I don't know what that is. So we'll see. We will see. But yeah, no, nonetheless, the other options that you have is red, and like obviously I have some ass in there just because it makes sense. But I also have like a ton of design related stuff. I'm doing my best to have as much design content as I can to not just have ass, even though I appreciate it. But yeah, like that's my feed is mostly design here as well. So that's it really depends on what you're liking and what you're interacting with. Because if you don't do that, you end up with some titties. You know, it's just what happens. It is just what happens, which again is fine, but not necessarily the thing that you want to have. So yeah, but there is like a lot of design stuff. It At the end of the day, it's the same thing on every platform, right? Every platform has the algorithm that makes sense, and the type of content that you like or interact with is the type of content that you will see. So for me right now on Xiaohongshu, I have Japanese related content, I have design related content, and gym related content because it makes sense. That's the type of thing that I have. So that is also the thing. And because I'm in France and I'm also like these Chinese, for some reason, like France, I have a lot of French related stuff, which makes no sense to me. But, you know, it's a thing. It's a thing. This is Xiaongshu, which is the child of Instagram, Pinterest, and TikTok into one single app. And it's quite nice. It's, however, in Chinese. So there's that. There is that. 1 second, I need to check something. I heard some things. But yeah, no, Xiangshu is really good. I spent most of my day there. The only thing that is kind of again annoying based on who you are, what you do, and so on, is going to be uh, your ability to read, because that is not a given. If you use the app, the mobile app, it has like an auto translation thing that is, since there has been like a bit of an influx of other people coming in, they have put like an auto translator in the app, which is really good. And I I do like what they are doing. Like there is a lot of designers that are showing things, including this. I don't know who did that, but yeah. Um, I didn't post on this one, I think, which is interesting, but yeah. Um, I wish I could read the entire thing most of the time. So when you're on desktop, you have the ability to just translate with Google, which is really good. Um, but yeah, like to me, it's an interesting platform to see things that are not seen by myself on the daily, but also seeing things through the eyes of other people. So these designers, for example, are Chinese designers, I think, and they're explaining why they like the things, why it's like interesting and so on. And so some of these people have been saying that the app was too expensive, which, like uh, I had a bit of a reaction out of that, and then had uh, some replies, and now we have Chinese people have a big ass discount because of that person. If I didn't know that, they would have never. If I never seen this, I would never have had like a discount. So yeah, that's the I would say the good thing overall. It's just like I have access to these, and now I can check what people are saying, why they're liking it, what they don't like it, what I can improve upon, and so on. There is not much, again, like it's not necessarily something that makes a lot of sense, but this platform on its own is going to make or help me at least to get like a bit more informations and design and inspiration about other things and ass because you know I can't escape the ass, like that's not a thing for many reasons. But yeah, like that's an interesting platform. It's not the most Chinese that I have, as I showcase every time. Is Brabant. That is the secondary most Chinese platform that I have because it's just uh, making a lot of sense for UI related content, mainly because they have this very specific tab for UI and UX content, which is the same thing that I'm getting on Xiaohongshu, but a bit different, you know. Um, and if you don't have an account, it starts to be the most annoying thing because as soon as you scroll more than like 5 times, you end up here to log in. You can close back and then go in and scroll 5 times and then trigger the things again. Um, or if you open something and then scroll a bit, you're gonna have that same thing. So it is annoying to navigate based on the fact that it is meant to have an account. I do have an account and I'm just not logged in at this time. But yeah, it happens. But there is like plenty of platforms that you probably have never heard of um, that are making your life so much easier when it comes to design inspiration and content in general. So yeah, latest one has been UI.live is really good, but debatable thing. I hear things that makes no sense. I don't like what I'm hearing, but you know, it happens. Chicken, welcome back. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Someone asked earlier if I could do a review, and then I haven't seen anything. Uh, Dead Cell sent a message saying, want to review some stuff, and I said yes, and then since then, they disappeared. So, yeah. But yeah, if you have things to share, Chicken, feel free to share. Feel free to share. I don't know what happened. I don't know what's happening. God dang. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting texturing. I don't know how I feel about that section, but interesting. Is it because I'm not in rigorous like size and things? Might be the case. That's a bit of a brutal transition. Um, Interesting transition as well. I I get it. I should just zoom in like this. Um, but I mean, based on the fact of how it's made, I don't think you're doing. Blur. I mean, you are doing blur, but I don't think you're doing blur blur. That's interesting. That's nice. Ooh, that's bad. So the fact that my point of click is here, and then when I'm clicking on it, I can't just click back and close. So the spot where I clicked to open something should be um, either the same spot or at least the entire side of the element. Like if I'm on the card, then the entire card is closable, which makes a lot of sense. But the icon on the side doesn't make a lot of sense. In order to avoid this, what I would do if I were you is instead of having them on the left side, I would put them inside of the card and on the inside, on the right side, right here. So basically, if the user doesn't know that they can expand things, you would have them see the icon itself and they click on it. And even though it would move on to the center of the card, it will still be available. So that would be the thing for me. The other option is to have like a band at the bottom to say that it's expendable, but that's also kind of weird. Um, that is not recommended, and you could do that instead. Maybe that will break your design though. So what am I talking about? Because right now I'm just saying things without explaining. The length of text here is too wide for regular ease of reading. The thing that we recommend is to have content in a 700 pixel wide block to make it easier to read. The reference and the reason why we're using 700 and something is Facebook. I'm going to dock some people, but this width right here is the width that we have been used to use. And so that even now feels a bit wide for what we had, but it's still there, it's still an option. So for you, I would probably have it like between that element and that element at the center of the page. And so with that in mind, what I'm thinking of is the socials and stuff could be on this side. So you could contain your text to be like 700 and something and put your social next to the text, basically underneath the email and phone number, but not visible by default. So they would be hidden. But then when you open, you have like these two. Let's say you're using Flex Grid, for example. This is one column, two column, three column. Your text would take two columns, and your socials would take one column at the end. So for your grid, that would be a very easy thing to put in place. Um, that would live on the left side. God damn. A lot of white space underneath, which means that if your pictures are not rounded by default and they have a bit more height, you could expand them when you expand the card. So going from, let me see, going from that, B. Right, you go from this to something like that, maybe, if that's an option. Um, could be interesting to get your pictures to have a bit of movement as well at the same time and so on. However, the differences in between the names and the jobs and the email address and the phone numbers phone numbers are probably going to be the same length, but like because most of these texts are not necessarily going to be the exact same width and height. I mean, height, yes, but like width, not really. You will end up with a bit of a harder time to organize things. So I don't know if it's necessary to have these as an expansion. Um, Maybe you don't want to display all of that information first, and I get that. But if you did something that was by default um, name and then add job titles, whatever you had that was underneath, then you had like your email or phone number that was here, and then on the side or on the this side, you could have your block of text that is the description and potentially having your socials on this side, like as an ending point situation. Right now, with the setup that I have, I'm missing one of your elements, which is your phone number or whatever it is there, which implies that if you transfer these to this secondary version that I just did, and you have a bit more space with email and phone number right here, let me make that. What do you mean? Here? No. Oh, damn. God damn, they changed the fucking thing. If you had like phone number and email at the bottom of the profile picture, job title, and whatever the other thing is right there, then you can align this at the bottom. That might, bitch, that might give you. What the fuck is this? Figma, when I'm saying align to the bottom, I'm not saying align to the top. I'm saying align to the bottom. That makes no sense. You know, I can't do that apparently. So, like a card like this might be a bit more impactful when you're arriving on the website, but you would have an easier time to read the description, an easier time to see the picture if that's important. I don't know. Um, Again, like it really doesn't really matter if it's like square, not square, whatever. You can 100% do that instead and, you know, have something that makes sense. Again, this is not going to be that massive. Um, and, you know, like that's an option to just have the layout. This is really bad layout, but this is a layout. uh, would to me help to have not the need for the open and close here. So that would be something. And that would also ensure that the starting point of all of the names is always the same. The starting point of all of the companies is always the same. The starting point of all of the job title is always the same. So, right with your initial current state of things, you have stuff that are all around, all over the place. That's the reason, bitch. Um, yeah, that's not gonna work. I just need one of these. Let's get rid of that. Right, you currently have this, basically. Uh, yeah. So you end up with things that are aligned but not aligned, and in some situation, you end up with that person has a shorter name and a shorter job title than a company, right? Um, Maybe this one is also like kind of bigger. I don't know, whatever. So where your user is gonna start reading is always going to be something along the line of from here to then there, and then maybe they look at something else, so they do this, then that. Like if they are going into a vertical line throughout the website, right? That's the path, and that it's not bad, but it's not great. Whereas with the thing that I just did here, you basically ensure every fucking line is going to be exactly the same point. So if they want to just check the names, they can, but that kind of forces them to go with name, company, job title, contacts, name, company, job title, contacts, which makes a lot more sense to scan because you're not like, you know, you're not reading this way. Like that's that you're probably gonna read horizontally, and then it's kind of weird. I don't know. Again, that's mostly a me thing than a you thing. So yeah, I would do that just to have some ease of reading, um, and that way you avoid like an interaction. You ensure that the user has access to everything that they need without having to click. So might be better. Might be better. Texture is gone now. It's pretty impressive. The other thing that I saw, um, that the the color on top of red is not really accessible. It is accessible in terms of contrast ratio, but it's not accessible in terms of accessibility readability ratio, which is a different type of readability. Like the white is potentially not really working, but the black here is. And so I kind of feel like if I, no, not that, if I do that, let me check. If we do one of these, with these, that is at the limit, and that one is passing, but not necessarily good. Like these two. Yeah, 3.3. This one is 3.1. So I would use that as a hint that 3.1 is not really good, specifically because it's meant for large text. Um, yeah. Eh, small details. I think it's just the vibrancy between the red itself and that black that is a blue-based black thing. So if you have this thing as a vibe, or I think you do, right here, that's your color. So if I go there and I make that, can I change that? I'll make that red based instead. I'll make that a bit darker. This is Midge. Oh, for fuck's sake. I am getting something that is a bit more readable overall, and it matches with the theme, because that is a matching color. Like it's a red based black with a red based background. It's red. That makes all sense. That gives you like an overall themes across the entire thing. So the comparison between the two, if I refresh that, I don't know if that would work. But yeah, that stand out more to me than earlier. Small detail. Small detail. That's the locations and things. I would say your title header things should be sticky um, as well. Like that's if I'm clicking on something and then I want to click on something else, I need to basically scroll back up to get the thing back in. Which, if that's the case, God dang, that's kind of sad. But yeah, I would say that's the only things design wise. Like that transition is kind of weird. I would just have the thing bleed through. These effects that you have, not bad, but they also are kind of distracting specifically because of the glitch on the side is highlighting the edges, and that's not something that you can necessarily fix. Like that's just how blur works, and yeah, like you don't really have a choice, which is sad. I know. But yeah, that transition. Do we have? Is that the thing? Yes, it is. Um, mm, mm. What's the thing? What's the pointy thing? If we have the overflow that is visible right here, which makes sense because we now have that transition, but then our hero background thing isn't um overflowing. Am I in need to add it? Nope. Nope. God damn it. I was about to say you might have something that is like on top of like that transition right here with the padding, which is the thing that I had. But no. Or it is just the fucking. No, that's not it. Bitch. There's something that's clipping and I don't know what it is. That I'm gonna say that. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, that transition doesn't make sense. Sorry. I don't know what that is. But yeah, that's brutal to me. Other than that, that's good. Layout is pretty good. The only thing that is kind of weird to me is the amount of content is extremely limited. Um, and I don't know if you are planning on adding stuff. Like if you are, then that's good. But if you are not, then that might be a tad small for the landing page. Um, Like I would have at least two others of this. Uh, like as we said before and as we showcased before, if I again have access to it quickly, which I think I do, but I think I forgot. We touched it like not long ago. What the? I'm working on the thumbnail, and obviously when I'm looking for something, you know the drill. It's just not there. Uh, why isn't it right here? Oh my god. Is it in my draft? I'm guessing it's gonna be in my draft. Right there. Right there. I should show you this one, but I can't. This is not ready yet. Um, Basically, when we have like sections with content, we are expecting to have image, text, text, image, image, text. Like that. That's roughly the pattern. And so if you look at anything that we have in templates for things, it's gonna have that pattern at least once, specifically when you have like one section that is the same, you end up with something like this. So I would expect uh, a similar pattern when it comes to that section of the landing page, to have like at least like two other sections that explain things. If you don't have the content for these sections, then I get it to not have it, but also I don't know. I've been looking at it for a bit right now, mainly looking at it for the design related stuff. But yeah, I didn't really know what the landing page was about. It's mostly because I didn't read. But yeah, that's a thing. That is a thing. But you know, other than that, that is the only thing that I would kind of change to ensure that you have something that is avoiding the user to have to click on something. Um, it's something that I talked about here, but I also talked about here, or there, or somewhere. Oh, goddamn. I just received a notification. Ah, ah. Um, if I go on, I don't think I'm gonna have that in these notifications because no one talked about it. Um, I guess it's gonna be faster if I just do that. Can you click? A second. It is the one that I talked about here. Basically, it's the same system in my head. So someone asked about like user flows and how do I approach user flow, and that was someone that was on YouTube uh, 2 weeks ago, I guess. My thing is always as to go as the simplest way possible in order to make the users' lives and experience easier. So if the user is on page A and the user wants to do something, if that something can be done on the same page, I'm going to design the thing there. And if it's not, I'm going to design the flow that implies that it will move from page A to page whatever it needs to be. For you right here, it's kind of the same thing. If you already have the information and adding the information without requiring the user to click on something doesn't really change anything in your design or approach or something, and it makes the user's life a bit easier, I would do it. However, I don't mean this is a good idea if you end up with something like 600 members, right? If you end up with like these five people, which are like these five cards, that's fine. If you have more than that, it might start to be a bit crowded and a bit more distracting to have all of these open by default. So the again, the goal for me is to make sure that the user that wants to have access to something has access to that thing as quickly as they can. So if the goal is to know person, name, job, what they do, potentially contacts, I don't want to have to click to have the information unless that information is absolutely useless and therefore it is the reason why it is hidden by default, which again is an option. Like that's not a bad idea either. Just it's a different situation. But yeah, that's the main thing for me. It's just like make sure that we go to the most straightforward way to ensure that the user has access to the things as quickly as possible, and then uh, think about the design. That like a secondary thing, which is basically the same thing that we had when we were talking with Stony about like No Mercy's user flows and in the beginning where in my head things needs to happen at specific times and all everywhere, and at the end we are like at a bit mix of the two, which is kind of sad, but yeah, like that's the situation for me here. I would either do the thing that I did right about somewhere here, or the other option, and that might be another thing. If that description thingy is not necessarily like the most useful element, um, I might say do this instead. Like name, maybe job title. If you wanted to have socials and things next to it, why not? Right, right there. Uh, mm, mm. And then the other things that are necessary for the profile card thingy to be there. So somewhere along the line of this, potentially, or something along the line of this. That makes more sense, right? That again, like the layout right now is really bad, but if you had a card like that for your each of users, you would simply have like three card on one row, followed by another one with the two other people that you have. And if that specific website that you're working on is something for people to join and then become professionals that can be reached out to and so on, then that card could be maybe you or something like this. If you have seen um, that on my personal website agency, I have this where if um, you know you're interested but you don't know, I just have a thing that just says your name with your company and a bit of a message that says, well, if you're not sure exactly how we can help, you can just book a call and then we can have a chat about it. That's basically the same. Like here, you could have maybe you and then a button that just says, join us or something, you know, and it's just a different type of card with, I don't know, an AI generated image or logo or something. Um, so that you have a grid of 6. And that grid of 6, based on your layout that we are seeing here, you probably would have most of the people visible, if not all of the people visible right here, without having to scroll for the last one. That's also a thing that you could give a try. Could give it a try. Yeah, that's the order. Based on other things, in terms of, see if we have any. I doubt it. If there is 25 profiles, then that might be less useful. But if you go with something like this, for example, where you have that section as a base, and then on click it expands to have the description of the things, that could work. If you want to have your 25 people profiles on the same page on the home page, I wouldn't do that personally. I'd probably do something a bit more light overall, but I get it. But yeah, like shit like this kind of works. That's a lot of information, like, you know, like it gives you a bit of a grid system so that you can navigate through things quickly, more quickly, quickly, bitch. What an ID. Uh, let me see if we have some. I doubt it. Yeah, something like this could work in my head. Something like this could work as well. Like that card, for example. It's pretty simple. However, I will say that every time. This works because the picture is good. That is the reason. If the picture wasn't good, that wouldn't work. Like that design wouldn't be an option, wouldn't be good, wouldn't work for that design, and so on. So when you end up with user-defined pictures, you want to make them as small as possible to still be recognizable, but not necessarily be the main information, right? So shit like this would work compared to the beauty ass filter things that we had uh, right here. Like this looks amazing. Nothing to complain about. I mean, a lot of things to complain about, but like nothing to complain about. And you know, when you're here, it's just I mean, these pictures just work. So for me, I would probably do something along the line of that, like 100 by 100 ish would be good, um, to get the ratio that we want, and then maybe have that on the side instead of having like it on this side. This is taking 20, and we could not do that. Let's do 8, 8, 8. Right, you could do that. So it's less distracting, but it's still there. It's still good. And you have all of your information. Again, if you want to have like a better split, you can do uh, job title things, and then duplicate it to have like a second option. I don't think this is going to be something that you need anyways. But if this is an option and it fits, which is not necessarily the case all the times, right? It probably would split in the next line most of the times. But let's do 8 on this. Let's make sure that this is like 18 points and that it feels right. Bitch, I see. I see. They have uh, made them together, or put them together. Hmm, interesting. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can reorganize shit as long as you have something in the end that just works for you. That would potentially work. I'm just using this thing because it works here. This is like 280, which means that if I put, I don't know, 18, 20 in between the two, my overall three lines is going to be 860, 880, so 900 pixel in width, which is good for like an 11-inch dashboard screen things, and you would be good with that. With that in mind, these pictures are way too big for what they bring. So somewhere along the line of like 60, 80 points might be like good enough for what it is. And then, you know, you have your socials, your links, your whatever underneath. Expansion if necessary. I feel like the contact could be there as well. Like you just have a button to contact to then give you email or phone number based on whatever is in there. But same thing, like it really depends on you, depends on the clients, depends on what you have to do, what you have to put in there. It changes. So if it is something that would be just so that the user knows the name, the job, and the contact, I would have something a bit more compact than this. This is good for what you currently have, but I would probably do something like this. And I don't even know if the description is necessary. Um, again, that depends on what you are trying to achieve. Uh, Boy, I don't know. But yeah, like I would say that's the thing. It really depends. At the end of the day, it's really sad that I'm saying this all the time, but it really depends on the goal, the reach, the options, the clients. To me, it like the client is the person that's paying me to do something is the person that's gonna have the last word. So I'm gonna recommend things, but if the client wants something specific and it's not really aligned with my vision, I don't care. It's the client's vision, and therefore they are like the ones that are winning and deciding not for me, but like vetoing something. Like they want something that is bigger and that needs a click. Fine, I don't care. Like that's your website. At the end of the day, you decide what you want on your website, which is it's fine by me. I would do my best to explain to a client that well, you know what, that's yes, that's an option. However, concurrent or like competitor one, two, three, and four are doing something that is already similar. And based on research, one of the pain point that we have, and the thing that the competitor users are complaining about, is the fact that they can't see many people at once. So right now we are seeing like basically 3 person at once. 4 if you count this one. Like if you just load it in, you would have 3. With the card version, you might be able to see 6 based on how much you do your cards. If you take the maximum amount of width, you kind of can see like 5. With the card version, you're ensured to see 6 at a minimum and 9 at best. So for something that is supposed to have like 25 at some point, yeah, I would see that as a pretty good option to have like a grid version. Yeah, again, it really depends. I don't know. Um, this is what comes to mind based on the thing that are above, right? TaskRabbit is kind of similar, I guess, in terms of business. So you are hiring other people to do your jobs and things. Obviously, these are like not Tasker presented. Like you can contact them, but you can't really contact them directly. Like I said, I'm looking for someone to assemble my IKEA furnitures and so on. I would go through that whole thing. If I do, I'm gonna have to hire someone, and I don't. But I would go through the entire thing and then just at the end select the person that is in the list potentially good and available. But that's the that's the thing. But it's at the end. So yeah, I would say that's the thing. Based on what the client wants, what the goal is, and again, specifically about the fact that this is uh, like the homepage. I don't know if I would have the 25 here. I would probably have 6 or technically 5 plus one that says, as I said here, one that says CO or one that says join us or something. Like 25 wouldn't I wouldn't do that. That would be too much. The endpoint would be again depending on the goal. Depending on the goal. Yeah. Delvin, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's the day going? Yeah, you're welcome. I I need to shut the fuck up, otherwise I'm gonna say a lot of things about this landing page, which you would appreciate. I know. But god damn, I am so tired. Oh, I'm already so tired. That's so crazy. Um, that button behaves so weirdly to me. I know why. You have like a liquid glass slash reactive button, but god they this is not necessarily criticism, it's mostly like thing that I would potentially have done differently. God damn. For fuck's sake. They are so fast. They are so fast. God damn. Well, we have a new version of Can on the store. Finally, after a month and a half of work that I scrapped a month and a half of work, and then restarted from basically zero on Tuesday morning. And it took me a day to fix the entire thing. Ta-da! Ah, goddamn. Yeah, no, that glass thing is interesting, but I feel like it's the same issue that I have with the black at the bottom. This glass is blue based, or technically it is green based glass instead of being red based glass. So the consistency of the colors is kind of off. And I don't know if you have the ability to just change that. Um, to instead of giving it like the gray green ish tint that is already there, giving it something that is a bit more red ish tint to get like a better transition. I feel like that would be the thing. Like if I'm gonna do that really, really badly because I can. But you have the temperature, and if you up the temperature, right, it's really yellow. If you go into the blue, it kind of works. But I would go with something not necessarily like pink, but right now we are here in my head. Like that's basically what I see. I see the amount of green that you have on the glass compared to the background is red. So if you just make your glass a tad bit warmer in tint, you end up with something that is more unified than what you had earlier. So, you know, like that, if it's an option, if you can do that, do that. Um, but that's a small thing. What do you mean? Ready for production and now it's been approved. That makes no sense. Apple, organize your notifications. Ah, for fuck's sake, get. So yeah, that's. I think that's about it. I know that's a lot, but yeah, I think that's about it. Overall thing. Also, I'm just remembering something because my glasses are already yellow. Like these ones are very yellow, so the colors that I'm seeing sometimes are not necessarily the good one. But yeah, it does help with the glasses. I'm seeing more stuff without the glasses and people put them back on. This is something that we talked about really, really quickly. Um, in, I guess here, like basically on Monday. Where you at? Right there. Uh, this is kind of the same thing. It's not necessarily the same thing, but it is kind of the same thing. This is the color palette scheme that you have and you can use with Tailwind, for example. They have like this range of 100 to 900. Technically now it's like 50 to 950, but it's the same thing. And that gray and black is a neutral gray. It's the most in the middle as possible without being either red or blue or purple or whatever. And so this would work for a neutral color-based color palette that you have on your website. When you go on something like here,
Mom!
if it loads. And you take a look at the color scheme and the thing that we have in the foundation, we do have a certain amount of grays that we have defined. And so you have the regular colors that are there, and we know that our like gray dark is a bit more reddish. Our gray uh, slate is a bit more neutral slash blue, and our sage is a very, very green sage colors. And so what we kind of do is we ensure that if, and that's something that I showcase with Stony, if we have, um, let's go into, oh, I got it. You know what? I'm gonna go somewhere around the notifications. Notification makes sense. If I'm here and I'm getting my uh, notification scheme to have a color style, which is green, and I'm taking this entire thing with uh, a gray accent color for this, I would have the ability to change my gray to take one of the alternative grays. So instead of getting like a slate for the background that is mostly um, neutral, it might be more interesting for me to go and use a sage at like 2 or 3 to get a unified environment in which, because I'm using gray, it's using gray as well. If for some reason that accent color that I'm using right here was the violet accent color, it might be more interesting for me to use like mauve black design like elements so that it is a unified colors of dark that makes any sense to you. So this is something that you kind of have to, don't, but like kind of have to think about when you're trying to build something in unifications of the content. So you want your grays and blacks to be as close or as connected to your accent color so that it makes sense and it doesn't end up with the thing that I pinpoint earlier, which is this. Your gray right here is a blue-based black gray, which clashes because blue and red don't go together. And as soon as you changed it, or I changed it, to some sort of a better like red based instead of a blue based pitch, um, right about here, it just works. Yeah, I don't even know if you can see that on stream or through the stream, but to me when I'm here, it's it matches with the background. When I'm where you were, it doesn't. If I go into green, you can see how it doesn't really, you know, it doesn't work at all. But if you go in this section, you're pretty good. If you were to change that by default to be like the Grace 900, for example, which is the darkest option, you would probably be somewhere around here. And at this point, if you're blue, you can kind of see it, but it's not that visible. But that kind of makes sense to me. And it all depends on the person that is watching the site. Again, some people are colorblind and they won't see that difference of really nothing right there, but that helps. Uh, so that's the thing. I don't know. Good question. The hex code here, you don't have it. You have the OK select. I'll select OKHC OKLCH. Yeah, that OKLCH. The hex code is. Can you fucking give me that? Thank. That's the X code. 4B, 1D, 1E. Ugh. What about? Ah, yeah, that's a very neutral one. I get it. I get it. Can I for this one? Can I be this one? I can be this one. And can I be this one? Yeah. Can I for be this one? No. That wouldn't work. I'm guessing a 1B would be a bit too dark, but it's also like it's one of the neutral one, which doesn't really count as any color. 4B is more like on the hue spectrum. Uh, 4B, 1B, 1B is pretty simple to remember, so that's the thing. Um, the one of the reason as well that I like these potentially memorable code is this. If you don't know, if I type one and I press enter, it's just gonna populate that field with ones. If I say 1B, it's populating with 1B, 1B, 1B. And if I say 1B 0 is going to populate with 11BB00 because it knows how these things work. And if you know your names and you know that you like this thing is supposed to be red, you can type red and that's going to be good and so on. So if I have a color and I have the ability to just uh, have an element that is going to be repeated, as in my 0FA is my regular green, which is very bright, it it's really simple for me to just remember that it's just 0FA. And in CSS, like in basic CSS, if you type hashtag 0FA, CSS understand that it is, like basic CSS and HTML, that it is going to be 00FFAA. And so that's one of the reason when I'm always trying to get like repeating elements if I can, or at least something that will just make sense. So for this one, for example, it would have been interesting for me to check if we could have 4 4 1 1 1 1, and would that be like feasible? It's that basically mean that it's 4 1 1 as a repeating element. It is very dark compared to what we had earlier, but it works. So yeah, 4 1 1 is a pretty good option. Um, I could test 4 1 0 so that you have a bit of change, and 4 1 4 is a bit of a all purple things, but 4 1 1 seems pretty good. Like that's an option that you can have. Eh, that's a thing. Um, Also, yes, Supra. Yes, Steve has done a very good job for the Tailwind palettes, and then they have been reworked again. And on Tailwind 4.21, they have been reworked again. So the colors are always and always evolving elements, and that's just it makes a lot of difference. But yeah, your grays need to be a bit more interesting with your content, and so that is one of the reasons why some of the posts that I shared last week about Louis being like a bit of a not so good uh no, that's not the thing, not so good designer on this one. um Basically what they were trying to do, or what they were trying to achieve, is this is their design, which is basically black and white with the most neutral gray as possible, and then they just come in and apply a color with a blending mode. And so you end up with something that will just blend in and work because your gray are going to be taking a bit of a hint of that color that is opacified on top. And the way that they described it, I don't really like how it is, but yeah, like they basically say that they have some of the elements that are above others and under others and so on. So the blending mode is just color burning on top. So your black here is kind of red, and your black here is kind of green, neutral, kind of red, kind of purple. It's just a subtle thing because it's using color burn. That's a thing. That's a very, very, very simple way to do that. And it works. Yeah. It's an option. And Chicken, have a good rest of your day. So I just saw that message right now. And yes, there is meaning in the numbers and letters. For sure. For sure. Which that was an interesting thing as well. Not necessarily good, but yeah. That's an interesting thing. Nonetheless. Small design stuff. Really like it. That is what, Belvin, what is that? Um I'm probably not gonna have audio though. Unless it can be. That's a lot of flashes though. That's kind of sad. No audio. Yeah, I wish there was less flash. Ooh, that's not good. I see. Ooh, that's kind of broken. Uh, it's interesting. It's a scrolly telling again. That's the usual thing. Based on the design, I'm guessing this has been fully scanned, as in uh, the person has done the illustration themselves and specifically has worked on top of multiple pages to get the transitions and the design to work as it is, either on paper or on Procreate or whatever tools they want to use, and then just use that for these elements. But yeah, it's a nice concept. It's not the first time I'm seeing something similar. We've seen that before. Not saying that as a it's a bad thing that I've seen that before, but like I've seen that before. Um, and this one seems to be pretty well implemented. It's a very long one though, compared to some of the other ones. Um, and I'm guessing the sound, based on the fact that it adapts to whatever happens on the thing, is pretty nice. But yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if this is the best um, rendering, I would say, of this type of websites. Like, it feels interesting and good, but also I'm not paying a lot of attention to the story and the content that much. So obviously, right, the thing that I'm saying is biased to an extent, where there is a lot of information, and the lot of information in question is all over the place. So basically, uh, your brain needs to go around and see things all the times, like a lot of different things that, you know, might not be as optimized as they could be. But then again, like if you are reading like a manual that is basically the same thing, but it's not animated and it doesn't have like the bubbles that pops in and so on, it's kind of the same concept. So same concept. Um, so yeah, I would say there is a lot of animations that are not necessarily good. A lot of transitions in the way that the bubbles and images are appearing, that it's not really good. This one is really nice, for example. I mean, really nice. I understand for what's happening, but like really nice for the animations. But yeah, like there are things in there that just from not really paying attention, which is what I'm doing right now, it throw me off. And it's also not a storytelling per se. Going back to what I said earlier, I was saying it's storytelling. It's not. Storytelling would basically just fully reverse when you are going back up. And right now, the bubbles, for example, that appears when I join this section the first time are still there when I'm coming back. So that would have to reverse to an extent to be storytelling. But this is a long ass website. Um, like to me, it's not even a website anymore. This is mostly like a movie in a different way. But yeah, that's it's an interesting thing. I don't know if I would have my cursor positioning uh, tracking. Like it doesn't feel like something that would help to have that transition because most of the time I'm probably gonna stay on one side or in the center and just scroll through. So that cursor tracking is a bit of a performance issue where, you know, I don't know. That might be a me thing. But that's interesting. Thanks for sharing. How did you find it though? That's gonna be the question. That is going to be the question. God damn, some pastels. Seen things. We have seen things. Um, I might have to talk about it. This is the fifth new app that I'm seeing that is a social map. And it's a lot. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm seeing every designer and their mom do um, workout tracker, subscription tracker, map related content, like social specifically, interactions on the map, like this, and like TV show tracking, the subscription tracking things. These are the four that I'm seeing basically every designer that is discovering cursor is trying to do something, and their first ID is, oh, let's do a subscription tracking. Let's do a workout tracking because that's on device and that's easy to do. I don't, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know. But yeah, it's really interesting to see. Um, how do you find these, Delvin? Are you just on uh, the other things? Oh, that background thing is kind of that's a bit that's a bit too much. Ooh. These are really good transition. I'm gonna say that is interesting. I don't like the fucking cursor thing. That makes no sense. But that trail makes no sense. If it could not be there, I would rather do that. So interesting that I clicked on Devin, which we looked at last time, um, which if you haven't followed through, Cognition is the people that are behind Devin, which are now the people that are buying Windsurf, which is impressive. Um, I wish there was some previews here. I don't know if that is like my internet connection being so shit. That is storytelling, like that. The text are appearing, disappearing, reappearing every time I'm just going through. That makes a lot of sense. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, that is way too useless. Yeah, well, I don't know. Sorry for the flashes. If any of you is epileptic, I would like to apologize right away, even though I don't know where we are. Uh, and what would happen? But that's cute as fuck. Dang, that is really interesting of a concept. Huh. So I reached the bottom of the page, and therefore I am reaching the ability to move to the next page of the goddamn of the fucking landing. That's interesting. Yeah, that's a really interesting concept, and like it makes sense. But hmm, hmm, I like it. It's a very nice overall navigation system. Yeah, they are doing a lot of new things, which is again, I'm saying new things with air quotes and so on. They're good new things, um, but it's interesting to see. I wish there was images. That's the only thing that I would say here, because if I don't know, I will just know the theme colors of these projects, and so maybe that's a me thing. Maybe my connection is bad. But yeah, the only thing that I don't like is this. I don't like the horizontal scroll because if I'm horizontally scrolling, Like if I'm vertically scrolling, it works, but if I'm horizontally scrolling, it doesn't do shit. So that's really bad. We don't like this. We don't like this at all. But they have this really nice transition in between pages, which is pretty nice. They have this massive relief shadow in the background that is a given of 2020 to me. Like this is something that we used to do all the time in 2020, 2021. Some people are still stuck with that in since 2023 and haven't really looked back at how they have implemented these things. But it is more distracting than anything to me. And I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, they have an interesting overall concept of a website. They don't explain much though. So again, hiring manager position or company that look to hire them, I'm expecting based on the amount of visuals that I'm seeing, I'm expecting them to be pretty good in terms of explaining their processes and showcasing their work and their processes. But I'm not seeing it here, which is a good thing for some of us because you can tell that they are successful without the necessity of showcasing how they thought about the project and how they thought about implementing things and so on. So, you know, like there is this right here, but that's about it. Like, you don't have a lot of other text across, but that's pretty nice. That fucking leaf in the background is just pissing me off. That's all it does. Just pisses me off. I feel like today is going to be 10,000, which is pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. By the way, speaking of, I need to pee for 1 second. Kind of, this one was kind of the corner. That bump is kind of the corner. But you know, it's an interesting website. I don't like, again, I don't like the leaves. I don't like the fucking all stained thing because it's just too big and it's too fast. If it was like really, really slow and working, it would make sense. But yeah, other than that, it's nice. Nice things. The hamburger menu is really nice, specifically the transition. Also, Rastin, hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Um, I think it's a very nice transition, and it is using some of the newest pattern of straight but not straight. I have an entire video about it, to be honest, about that pattern. But it's the same thing as where you at? There, maybe. Yeah, it's the same as I see. Well, I might be on the other end. Yeah, that design pattern that I call straight but not straight, where you have elements that have like the slightest amount of uncertainty, and it is straight when it's open. I feel like if they had stopped like a second before and was just a slighter amount of like 1 degree here and there would probably help. Um, but it's really nice. The transition is really nice when you look at the fact that it has just you know two states menu close. That would be pretty interesting. I Based on the fact that they have like so many micro interaction, I might have always no even change the two dots to be two dots when it's menu and maybe two dots on the side when it's closed because it's like minus. But yeah, it's nice. I would say it's a bit too interactive at times, um, but it's a nice overall interactivity. Like the fact that this, by the way, is forced scroll. It's interesting because it's a full scroll that is a soft full scroll. It's not like a snap in place. It's a slow snap in place. And that's interesting. It just forces you to go to the next thing, but that's the only like kind of full scroll you have. Like the feature work is the other. But if you're close enough, it gives you something, but that's about it. And then this bitch is just like way too much. The fucking astronaut is way not my style. Way not there. And then they have sound. You can't even read them. They have sound. I don't like that. Nonetheless, it's an interesting thing. Delvin, I still want to know how you find these things. Because for me, when I used to be someone that looks for these landing pages, I just spent days on Lapa because Lapa is where you have like the most not interesting, but like different potential landing pages for stuff. And if you're looking for three websites, that might be in there, like the one that we just saw. But yeah, I have like so many websites that do the exact same thing at the end of the day. Like when you look at them and you think about them a bit, um, like this one is beer related stuff, right? You have your can is following through and so on, and it is 3D. Cool. If I go to this one, you have your element that is right there, which would, you know, kind of work. The previous version had the pier in the same space as the can, that's why I clicked on it. Um, but they are like really simple website. I I know I say that every time, but like, and I know it's kind of complicated and difficult to do. But if you have the ability to do that in your head, remove the visuals and just look at what the page is. At the end of the day, this page is simply 5 text layers at the top, 2 text layers on like one on both sides, and a card at the bottom. That's the layout. There is nothing else to it. This thing makes it cool because it is cool. But as soon as you scroll and you end up here, as soon as you remove the visuals, these things are the most boring cards as possible. There is no information. You don't know what you are looking at, you don't know what it is, and so on. And on Hover, you have who worked on it, when did they work on it, and what was the specificity that they worked on for this specific thing. And so that, again, is extremely minimal layouts and content. The only thing that makes the web page interesting is the visuals. That is, to me, that is something that you need as a designer, as a dev, as a whatever who is building experiences on the internet or on the phone or whatever. You need to remember that you have two options. Either you make your layout interesting, and that is a point that the user are like uh, interested in, or you make your visuals, as in the images, the 3D, the videos, the things interesting, but you want your layout to be the least amount distracting as possible. So right here, for example, if I'm not hovering anything, it is the most boring ass square layout things that they have, but you still have like on hover a teeny tiny amount of something that is interesting, and that's it. That is something that is really, I would say, proper to uh, a lot of the newest landing pages. Here, for example, it's a bit of the opposite, where if you remove the visuals, which is basically just a 3D CAD, the website is already layout wise and content wise interesting. The logo is fun, the icons are fun, like you have things all over, you have a bit of a grain pattern background, but that's like still kind of simple. Um, you know, like the page and the sections and so on are very square all the time. So that's something to again take into consideration and remember when you're doing things. One of the reasons why I wanted the pill was it's same, like you have the same pill here as well. I'm guessing these have probably like expanded since then, but you know, like that's very much the same uh, type of content or type of layout. As soon as you remove content, you end up with very boring ass website, which is, again, I'm going to say that. I don't know if this is a good idea for me, but it's the same here. Ass. I was ready for that. Um, if you remove the images, there's nothing. Instagram is nothing at all. Um, like there is text with a divider and text in a feed with gray squares. That's about it. That's ass, but for something else. God damn, that is bulking right now. So yeah, that that happens. Which one? This one? This one? Yes. Uh, obviously. But yeah, these are the things to remember when you're building websites. Again, like you have to define which of the opposites you are. Either you are your content is the interesting things, and therefore your layout needs to be as boring and as unintrusive as possible, or your content is boring and therefore you need to have your layout to be as interesting and intrusive as possible, which is like basically the Leo thing that we were on a second ago. Um, right there, Luge, I can't pronounce their name. That to me means that like the layout is so interesting going back to the thing that I just said, that means that the content is not like they needed to make the website itself as interesting as it could be because the content is not interesting to them. Otherwise, the content would speak for itself and stand out as okay, so this is really good content. Oh, that background makes a lot more sense now. I should have refreshed it. I see. That is much better. Yeah, cool. But yeah, that's the thing. And Bruno is one of the most interesting things. It's not the most useless website if you don't uh, like understand what has happened, where basically each of these things that we've had, this is Bruno's portfolio, where everything in there is a presentation of a project of something that, you know, they've been kind of working with and can just access, navigate their portfolio like this. It is the thing that I shared yesterday, 2 days ago, last week. Um, Basically, they have created like uh, an overall website that explain the illustrations and stuff, animation and things. It's not exactly the same person, but it's the same concept, the same values. They are sharing, like Rono is sharing similar things at the end of the day. So yeah, I think that some of the stuff that Bruno has done. So yeah, I do like Bruno's landing page. It's overall really nice. The fact that that you can see the car is moving in the right direction or in the correct direction based on where I'm moving. You know, like that. It's a bit of a useless thing, but also I'm not looking at shit, so that doesn't help me for being good at driving. But fuck. Anyway, that's the same thing, right? At the end of the day, it's the same as the can from earlier. However, this is not a 3D thing. This is a video that is just running in the background. So that's interesting. But it's a nice thing. It's just I would probably have done that in 3D rather than having that in in a video format because it is already a 3D element. Um, so like that's would have been better. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna be hungry after that. So no, no, not doing it. But yeah, overall, like that's the I would say that's the end point or the thing that you need to remember in a way when you're building websites, when you're building anything. You need your thing to be either interesting by layout or interesting by content. But yeah, Codrin, hi, my brave, hi. Everyone at the same time, god damn it. Um did you do it? Type a sec. Um oh, so sad. Oh, goddamn. How are you? Codred, Manbrave, how's the day? How's everything? All day, the usual. Uh, I am so dead. Me too. Me too. Waking up as well. Um, I see. I see. I see. For me as well. I'm gonna have an issue with my left here tomorrow. I'm gonna say that. Yeah, that's gonna be bad. Sadly, yeah, I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. Yeah, my left here. I have the AirPods in, and for some reason they are hot and they kind of hurt. So I'm probably gonna have an issue with it tomorrow. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Oh, it's cute as fuck. That's nice. Ah, I did not do that. Not do that. Yeah, I don't like Owens. I have beef with them. They deserve the beef. The main reason for the beef is that most of the people that are like showcased are often people that have paid to be showcased. And it's the same thing as people that have Owids, not Owids from Owids, as in this website, like other website from Owids, like Red Dot, Owids, and so on. Um, they like they require you to just pay for the thing so that you get like an award, and it just, I mean, sometimes it doesn't, but most of the time it does, and you're like, the website is not that good, and it doesn't deserve to be here, and therefore they probably have paid for it because otherwise it makes absolutely no sense to get something like, I don't know, picking on the first one that I have right here, uh, as an award. Like, I don't know you, but that's not award worthy website. The only thing that might be award worthy is this, and even here they missed like a fucking radius right there, and when the fucking bar is scrolling in, it's rounded on one side but not on the other side, whereas it is right here, but it's just switched to flat. Like, what the fuck is happening? Like, I, sorry for the person that is saying that, that's their website and that's the thing that they have created, and they have received an award for it. Like, congrats, all the better for you. But this is not award worthy at all. Not in the slightest. Specifically the landing page. If the experience, like post things, is award worthy, why not? But then send me to that page instead. But so far, I'm just seeing good design but always is meant to, I mean, to me, always is meant to blow my socks off. Like I'm supposed to be blown away by what the fuck is there. But no, we are going to reach that 10,000 really quick. I feel like if I'm staying on this website. I mean, it is the same concept. So yes, no complaining there. I do like their logo though. I feel like this is a nice logo. That's a thing. But yeah, like if I'm clicking on this one, which is just next to it, that maybe, but the transition is really bad. Forward worthy? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Not really. Not to my standards. I have high standards, I know, but not to my standards. That's not good, but that's interesting enough so that I considered it, and I could consider it as an award-worthy website because it is so different and it stands out, and that makes sense. Yeah, like you know, not the best design ever, but that's interesting enough. That stands out. That makes sense. Whereas these, that's better, right? That's better. The best, but yeah. It's also really not accessible. Uh, like, I mean, fuck. I clicked on the wrong button. Where you in? Are we? Are we good? It's probably gonna pass, but no, it doesn't. I'm so close to it. It's 1.7. Their main contrast ratio is like 1.7. The recommended thing is 3.5. They are halfway through their contrast ratio. Yerwin, hi, welcome on me. Good day. I don't know. I feel like they probably got the awards because of the text transition, because of some of the glass effect that they have, and so on. Like these are really soft transition that makes sense. But yeah, um, you did land. You did land. Does that mean today is a landing day as well? I doubt it. I doubt it. Nah. I could have bumped myself, but no. So yeah, I don't know. It feels really interesting to me that Owen's is just like giving out Owen's, and I get it, right? You wanna be uh, considered and so on. But God damn, also this is what I hate about Infinite Scroll. I would love to click on one of these fucking links, and unless I have a mouse like mine that is magnetic scroll wheel that gives me the ability to just do that, then yeah, congrats on lending, Cybersect. I guess today is a day of lending as well. Stony, it's your turn. um, but yeah, I the thing that I said to Podpod on Discord was basically that. So if you have a page that needs to showcase, like you have pagination and stuff, you kind of want to make sure that you are loading things. And I'm doing infinite scroll for 4 pages. So if your main pages has like these um, uh, 24, yes, yes, yeah, 24, God damn, these 24 entries here per pages, I would load 24 and then reload 24 in infinite scroll and then again. And in the fourth one, I would just give you a button that says load more so that you can still access the footer and the things rather than having like other things. And so that is, to me at least, the best option. It just makes sense. And this is the way that Dribble is doing it, where if I'm going on someone's pages, right here, for example, scrolling through at 1, 2, 3, and then I have like a load more. Like right now it's a sign up to load more, but it's basically the same thing. And so, like stuff. Oh, bitch. Sorry. Piss me off. I hate this. I've talked about this extensively. If you show me something, show me this, and I'm like, oh goddamn, that looks cool. Let me click on it. And when I click on it, I don't see it. What the fuck are you doing? What is this? What is the thing? I just clicked on it because it was interesting. I talked about this on about like Pinterest, same thing, where basically they had the same concept. They have like folders or pre-folders for potentially interesting to you, right? And you can have access to stuff. And they had pins showcased. Then you click on one saying that, oh, this one is really cool. And then it's just nowhere there. It has never been in the same folder they're talking about. You can scroll the entire thing. It's not there. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. I don't like it. Hmm. Hmm. So yeah, that's the yeah. That's the thing that I don't like about forwards. It's just like it's paid anyways, so anyone that has the money would be able to get access to it, and that's it. Don't like it. Um, Red Dot Awards, same thing. You know, yeah, that makes no sense. Oh, that hurts. Sorry. Apparently, I know that Red has done like a who's hiring. Cursor is hiring a designer, which is basically me. Uh, Lovable is hiring a designer as well. Stripe is hiring designers, and uh, Sesame is also designing a designer. Right now, that is the most interesting one. Leopards. Hi, welcome. Who are you? How are you? Happy to find the stream. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for chatting on YouTube. I appreciate it. Most people on Twitch, but what on YouTube? We're doing a bit of a review on this, not Tuesday, Wednesday stuff of websites. We've talked about a lot of things in Odes. I usually go over things related to my Twitter feeds. And if you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. And if you have anything to share, feel free to share a link. However, I don't think you have the rights to share links on YouTube. That's not something that works for some reason. Sorry about that. If you have a Twitch account, navigate to Twitch if you want to share a link. But welcome on in. Welcome on in. And for your information, because it's also pretty, it makes sense to say. I've been designing for like 20 years, so I have a bit of a knowledge about how design works and how websites, apps kind of works. But I don't know everything. I have knowledge that can help. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Most of the times it does. That's how it goes. So yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Feel free to follow the channel on YouTube as well. That would be appreciated. Also, I'm posting some videos every Monday. Short ass video, like 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. That could be shorts, but not shorts. Could be shorts though. So yeah, that's what happens. That's what we do. Other than that, you're an app dev. I'm building my own app. I'm building this right here, which is Can, which is a Japanese language learning app. I will say that. And it's pretty nice. Obviously, I'm not biased. Not biased in the slightest. Also, dang, I absolutely need to fix this thing. This is the worst thing I came up with. It works though. But god damn. So bad. It is so bad. Oh my god. But yeah, that's the thing that I've built. It's very simple, very easy, like Japanese language learning specifically for vocabulary and not necessarily just characters. It has characters in them, but it's not the point. And right now I'm fighting with this bitch right there. That thing is supposed to take primary color and it doesn't. I don't get it. It's supposed to keep that in white in primary and it just doesn't. And if for some reason I'm getting that in light mode, which is what some of the users for some reason are using, which I don't get, it's just break. It's even worse. I don't get it. That's the situation. I do not understand why it doesn't. Most of the things are working, and most of the transition things, the colors are following my directions, and these just don't. Like if I go into my regular dictionary view, and I have the thing that is highlighted right now, I have the tint that dot primary for everything like that. That's what's supposed to happen, right? And I'm on the preview of the dictionary view. And from there, I'm navigating, right? Guess what? It's the right color. Oh! But yeah, as soon as I'm somewhere else, it's just take another color for no fucking reason. I mean, I have reasons, but no fucking reasons. Unreal, I tried Unreal 6 years ago, I guess. 7 years ago? Yeah. I tried Unity and Unreal at the same time, basically. So yeah, 6 years ago-ish was when I tried it. Haven't done that. Uh, When you work on UI UX, where do you start from? I start from my head. I don't. Uh, it depends on the things. If I'm working for myself, which is usually the case right now, I'm starting from whatever is in my head. If I have an idea and I see something that seems interesting, or I see something that could be implemented properly in the app, I'm going through it through that, and I'm just saying, well, this is probably going to be the thing that makes sense. Therefore, I'm going to implement that. That's it. I used to, and I've been talking about that intensively for the past few months now. I used to do things in Figma, and I I kind of stopped. Most of the design that I do right now are directly in code because it just makes more sense. And the path that I took is when I was starting design, I was doing wireframes and ensuring that the thing that I had in mind, like let's say this is a wireframe, it's not, but like let's say this is a wireframe. I was doing this type of thing at the beginning to say, well, these are supposed to be like this, and then I do the UI on top of it, then it makes sense. And then I stopped because this is a waste of time. The amount of time that it takes me to do these is basically the same amount of time that it would take me to do the final design of of that page, roughly. Um, these ones are very, very simple. The example that we have for wireframe not being really good is that image right here where the person has done the wireframes and the design is exactly the same thing. So the time it took to do either of these things is exactly equal. Therefore, it's a waste of time to do one or the other. Like, if you knew that that was the lengths at which you would go for the wireframes itself, why not just do the things entirely? Like you're missing the numbers, you're missing the file pictures, the content in the badges. Like that's it. So that's basically a waste of time. So that's the same thing, the same reasoning that I had. Basically, right now, because I'm using Cursor, because I'm not a dev, I'm just a designer, so I need Cursor to do like the things for me when I don't know how things work. Um, it's faster for me to just go through. I have this idea. This is the sketch that I have on paper. Let's figure it out together, and then uh, do that. Yes, uh, it does help if you don't know what you're doing. And after this amount of time of working in design, there is no app or website that has like a very different idea of something. Like if you want to do something that is an accordion, like right now this is an accordion, it's just gonna open and it's gonna close. The way that it looks inside of it, that can change, could change, might change, is dependable. It, like for example, right now I could have my lock being on the sides rather than being in the center. It's a thing that I could change. But having the full design done, if I am the designer and the dev, doing the full design is a waste of time. So that's the reasoning. If I am not the designer and the dev, which usually happen, I am going to do as much as I can to have as detailed as possible design for everything. So, example here, um, I have this design that I work for one of my past enterprise companies things where here I define this is the empty states, this is the best state scenario for, and then here is other things that we could have as potentials, and this is the settings and the implementations or integration and so on. Potentially, um, design might be a bit more interesting to have something a bit different where myself as a designer went through the thinking process of maybe we could have a bit of a flow that is a bit different, where if you're here and you decide to click on that element to add someone new, the thing goes into typing directly. So you just type the name of or the email of the person, and then you basically add them to whatever portfolio sections that you have. You can define like who they are and what they are and what they do, and then send the invite, and we generate like a profile picture, the status of the thing, and so on. And that's a bit of a thinking session where I'm like, maybe this is a good thing. Maybe that could be something that is implemented, but that's not necessarily like I mean, it is my job, but it's not my job to define if it's going to be like this or not. So, or for that section specifically. So I just did that, send that to the dev, and then they decided to either implement it or not. And probably what they did was just the basic ones. But like that's that's the behavior. Um, and having the entirety of the design done and fully working is good because it just helps so much in terms of the devs that are not myself, that don't really understand how I thought about the product, which makes sense, right? Having the entirety of the flow and saying, you're here, you go there. When you go there on hover, you have a very specific thing that changes. Um, if the cell is empty, then the user has like, and the user hasn't been right, then something else can happen. Otherwise, that's not a thing. And then if you go in there, uh, you can like see how it works if you're clicking on something and typing, so you see the states and so on. So that, yes, I agree with you. It is better to have the full design done if I'm not the person that is thinking about it and implementing the design in the code. If I am that person, I can just give myself this. And because I know exactly how the things are supposed to work, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's in my head. That makes sense. That's in my head. And therefore, it would be a waste of time to add these four screens to the design itself, right? If you go back to where I was here, for example, which was my initial thing, I had an ID. I talked about that before. I was on Pinterest. I was looking through things. I found this. This image triggered my inspiration, and the inspiration created this basic view page things with like the characters in the background that then created this potential flow where you are starting the app, defining if you want to learn the hiragana or katakana on Japanese and moving to kanji, and then that triggered this. And then for some reason, I decided to do the entire fucking pages, which is a waste of time. Did it anyway. Um, Having like all the characters, all the kanjis loaded, and so on. And I basically liked this idea of having like a curved navigation bar at the bottom. And I went into a bit more details to see how it could work, how it could be working properly. And basically the mess that happened after that, that's it. Like I didn't do any other design than this. The other things were like, okay, so we have this as an ID. Like that's the case that we need to have for the dictionary. What can we do? Do we need to have it with chunks? Do we need to have it with chunks like this, with chunks like this, with other weird ass thing? And then at the end of the day, right now, it's just this, which is the most basic things because it just works. But like that works. That's in production. That's what people have access to. And I didn't do a single real design for this thing. It's just I had my IDs. I went through potentials, and then um, it's just something else. At the end of the day, what I came up with is absolutely different than the thing that I came up with in code. Like this is I tried to put it in place and I was like, yeah, that's not good. So yeah, I th I wouldn't agree with that statement. Um, but I I can understand that statement of being a designer first and then a dev rather than a dev then a designer. There is so it makes me laugh every time. Um, there is something that is useful for being a designer first because you have the product understanding, and there is a thing that is better when you are dev first because you have the code understanding. At this instance, I do not have the code understanding at all. I had a post today or yesterday that was uh, this one about the cursor event that I went at or was invited at. And my main point is basically what I just said. The like the devs uh, know how to build things, but they don't know what to make and how to make a good product. They know how to make things, but that's it. And non-dev like myself, we know how to do products, but we can't build them. We don't have the skills. So Cursor is basically bridging that gap for myself and giving me the ability to properly communicate with the code and then end up with something that just works. It works as it's supposed to for myself. Like today, I worked on a weird ass selection selector thing, which is this if it loads. Also, cybersects. No, I do have a Japanese keyboard, but it's not the Japanese keyboard. It's the um, it's the Roman keyboard that types Japanese, which I showcased before. But yeah, I don't choose the T9 Japanese keyboard. I don't like it. It doesn't make sense to my head. Also, this is going to take a while. Today I did this, which is a curved selector. Uh, I'm kind of sad that I can't click. I still need to drag and release wherever it needs to be, right? That's the thing. It has a nice haptic in the background. That's the thing that I worked on. But then that's what I kind of worked on today. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's gonna stay there. I think I'm probably gonna revert the code and invert everything that I just did and lose like that probably. Um, but overall, the fact that I have the ability to achieve this in, I don't know, an hour of work without any code understanding, other than I can now read the things and know exactly where I need to change things when things are not exactly going well, I feel like it's pretty good. So that is pretty nice. For you, if you're someone that does iOS dev and you're someone who's good at it, or even not good at it, I don't know, you would be able probably to create this curved thing in an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours if you don't exactly know how to do the calculation that I have at the top. But like that's probably the case because it's I mean at the end of the day it's pretty much uh, an horizontal basic slider with a curve. That's it. So, like that's a simple enough thing. You can use a chart, you can use a donut, you can use like a gauge, a slider, something else. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, but you could. So that's the thing. I don't have the skills, so I need to use Glow and Cursor to make sure that it works and I can do stuff. But I know what to do when I'm encountering things that are a bit more complex overall. For you, you might know how to do the things, but you don't exactly know what to do at that time. So that's the difference. When it comes to the current state of the job market and so on, um, I think we have it in there, but yeah, 100%. Um, the the job market right now is, depending on your seniority level and your skills level, um, and your interest level in terms of dev, you will not be able to find a junior position right now. You will probably be able to find a junior position in 5 years, but in 5 years you will not be a junior anymore. So that's the thing. You might be able to get like a mid to senior level position if you have the skills, but that position, depending on the company that you are joining, might be harder to maintain because if you are in a startup, uh, hiring a dev right now when you can hire a cursor for like $20 a month or $200 a month and do the things yourself is kind of mind blowing, to be honest. So there's that. And for designers, it's kind of the same thing. The junior designer don't really know what to build and how to build them either. Whereas the mid to senior designers that have some experience will have a bit of taste and a bit of understanding of how could things be made to make them better for the user at the end, like end of the day, end of the project, whatever. So starting as a designer, yes. Starting as builder, englobing the entire thing, like encapsulating the design, the dev, the thinking, the marketing, and so on, is even better. And so, if you, as a dev right now, you are interested in learning new things and you want to like understand uh, things that needs to happen, how they needs to happen, and what makes a product good and why it works, I would highly recommend you check this out. Laws of UX is very simple, very basics laws um, of what happens. The one that we use every time is the law of proximity because it makes sense in its name, it makes sense um, in its understanding, right? If you know that things are together physically, they are probably part of the same element. Meaning that if you look at this page right here, goddamn, we're so close. And when you look at this page right here, you know that the divider, and the text are roughly in the same area. So these three things are together, and the distance in between the three and the text is bigger than the distance that we have in between the divider and the text. So there is a disconnect right here. But then this is the same pattern. And so these three elements, other than the fact that they have like one, two, and three named to it, they are together. If you go back into something like this, you have the same concept and the same ideas, where the link that is right here is one element. These links, these 15 lines of, not 15, these 6 lines of text are together, and there is enough space in between them to separate them from each other. That is the law of proximity. There is a ton of reading in there, and it's really good. If you go into another law, like the choice overload, which is like one of the newest addition to the laws, um, if you have too much choice on your page, your user is going to be overwhelmed and they don't really understand what to do and how to do things. So you need to have the simplicity in there. These things makes a lot of sense. And so as soon as you understand the laws themselves, what they mean, how they already exist in the world, you are 90% of the way there in terms of building good products. That's the thing. Um, the thing that I say every time is that uh, if you have like uh, 30 threshold, if you have uh, like Fitz low, Hicks low, Jacobs low, that makes no sense, right? It, it makes no sense. So the Fitz low is the time to acquire a target is a function of the distance and the size of the target, meaning the bigger the element, the easier it is to reach. That's basically what it is. That's it. And because that person is the person that has decided that this was a low, we use their names. If you have to remember something, remember the tagline and the explanation, the very basic explanation. If you want to dive deeper, I say deep diver every time, dive deeper into what is and how it came to be and some more reading about it, do so. But at a minimum, not the wrong, not the right thing. At a minimum, just read these things, understand what they mean, how they work, and then you could like. It looks like a lot, but it's not a lot. It's not much. You can go through that in 3 days, a day. If you're really focused on it, you will have like a very good output afterward once you have understood it and put them in place. You could. The other thing, once this is like done and understood, is going to go through tools of design to do whatever the fuck you want. So tools, which is one of the things that we showcase every time, is going to give you access to design related tools. God, sorry, we just reached 10,000 Fox on Twitch, which is pretty impressive. God damn, that is a lot. That that is a lot. Anyways, going back to this. So this tools of design is going to give you tools, as the name implies, about designs for everything. So if you have stuff and you are looking for inspiration, you are looking for typography stuff, you're looking for AI related tools to help you build the thing that you want, you can just go into the sections. So let's say you're looking for UX tools for some reasons, I don't know. And then you have prototyping tools, wireframe tools, flowcharts, user testings, UX copies, and some things. And so you're looking for UX copies because that's some of the hardest things to do. Maybe in there, there is something that works for you, and you're looking for random users related content. And yeah, that's one of the options. You wanted someone with a profile picture and a name or an email address or something, and you just needed some content, here you go. There is a Photoshop plugin for that. I think there is a version of this plugin for Figma as well, and there is probably similar things like libraries and plugins for VS Code that exist that would give you the same content. So that tools of design is going to give you like so much resources that you can just go through and look for things. The most important one for you in the beginning is going to be the inspiration, because you kind of need to understand how things are already made. So let's say you're looking for UI related for the web specifically, right? Awards is the one that we were on. Mobbing is really good as well, but it's paid, so like not that good. Godly was nice. I have doubts about it based on the person that's behind it, but that's a different thing. Um, Godly is a pretty interesting thing. And let's say you're looking at this website and you're like, yeah, I do like this thing. Let me take a look, and then you can just have a look at how this thing has been built. Specifically, if you are there, which is the case, you can see how they made it, and then you know, like just have some interaction with it, which is kind of weird, to be honest. But right now, it's just like on click, you have the products. It slides up. which yeah, that's it. They have the counter right here, though. Anyways, so that's the thing. You can just go through these things to get like inspiration, get resources, get tools and whatever to help you build stuff really quickly and better understand how a product is made and why a product works and so on. So because designers are lazy as fuck, me, lazy, we will have websites for everything. So this one is navbar.gallery, and it is a gallery of, guess what? Navbars. So every time you have a navbar that is interesting, it has been captured as a screenshot or an embed of that thing, and you can have them as inspiration. And let's say you do like the navigation bar of windsurf, like that's a thing. Go there, and then you can just see how it's built. Why is it interesting to you? Why is it interesting? Or why was it interesting for the person that decided to say, well, this is a pretty good nav bar? And like it's an inspiration thing. Just really good, really nice to have. So as always, tools of design is really good, and loads of UX are the best two things to go through in the beginning to just know things. Once you have this, that's it. You don't need to become a designer. That is a waste of time. Don't do it. Um, you just need to understand the laws and the concept of how things are working in order to then be able to implement the things properly. And that's basically the recommendation. Some of the people that are in my chat on Twitch and on YouTube as well um, have been here for so long that they are devs that now have the ability to see things that they couldn't see before. They see the difference in corner gradients, the difference in fonts, the difference in colors here and there, things that are like not necessarily perceivable in the beginning when you just start because you don't know, but then after a while, you understand them. And so what I'm saying here is not like come here every day, that's fine. No, it's basically as soon as you understand the foundation of what makes UX and UI good, you end up with the ability to just go through things and apply these concepts directly to the design that you are working on and keep your skills as a dev, because that's basically the only skill that will make you stand out. So to go back to that question, not question, kind of question, it is better to yeah, I did. It is better to get the dev first, in my eyes, because the complexity of dev is greater than the complexity of design. The complexity of design is just, do I understand the reasoning behind the layout, the color scheme, the things that the person has decided that was the good idea? Like, that's the only question. If I do, then I'm good. If I don't, I need to understand. And that's the only thing. Like, that's the only thing that you need. If you have these skills, like myself, and you want to dev something, you can't. Like, I need to take, I would say, 2 years of devs to like um, be good enough to my standards. And I don't have the time. I do have the time, but I don't want to take the time. So I would say that's the thing. If I can, just do that. Um, I would just do that and go through the whole 2 years of learning how to code, which is basically what I'm doing indirectly. Um, my learning through like cursor directly is indirect, where I'm basically in here and I'm like looking at the outputs, specifically looking at the output in Xcode, and be like, okay, so that's interesting, but that's not necessarily exactly what we needed. Um, the design around here, for example, like let's say that this thing right about right about here, uh, is like interesting. We have the quiz length selector, which is at the bottom of the files, and so on. If I wanted to change the design here, I can do that now. I can just go through things. I understand how these properties kind of work, and so that helps, but also it doesn't, but it does. But yeah, like I would say that's the situation where indirectly I'm learning against my will, which is the same thing that happened to the people that are in my chain that learn things because I'm just repeating myself all the times. Like new people come in, don't have the understanding or the knowledge of how things are supposed to be, and therefore I need to explain stuff. So, like that's what happened, and it's fine. I like doing that. So, and as always, the most important thing is if you have any question, just ask. Don't like, oh, maybe I'm gonna ask. No, just ask. Like there is something that is really simple, and it goes like if you don't know how to do something, if it's like I don't know how to do rectangle in Figma, let me show you. That's it. Like at the thing that I say every time is that at some point in my own life, I did not know how to do rectangle in Figma. It's one of the most used tool. If you just need to know that, I can give you the answer. And I have like a full Figma bootcamp on YouTube, which is okay. I don't like it. I made it myself. Obviously, I'm biased. Um, I think it's good, but I don't like the way that I speak on it. And it's one of the first bootcamp that I've done, so I need to do more to make more sense. Nonetheless, details. Um, but yeah, like that's the thing. If you have any question, feel free to ask. Always. That is a good question. I mean, that is a good question. Uh, the validation with users is if you have users and you have the ability to talk to them directly, um, book a slot with them and just say, well, I need to have like some feedback, direct feedback from you, see you use the app, the things, and let's take like 30 minutes to an hour to do a user testing session. And then I'm going to show you things and you tell me how you feel about it. You tell me how you understand them. And I'm going to just be in the back and observe what you're doing, right? That's the thing. The usual thing that I do when I'm doing user testing, like in the startup that I was in before, was here is what we are working on right now, right? Um, and appreciate it. Um, here's the thing that we're currently working on. We are not sure entirely if this is the end result that we want to have, but this is where we are today. So I'm gonna ask you a series of questions and I'm gonna observe what you do. And usually it's very simple, right? You have the landing page, the websites, the things, the app, the whatever. Let me go into that page because that would help. It makes a lot of sense to do that. If I go, I know you can't see my screen, 1 second. If I go into, I guess settings was pretty good for that. It makes sense. Most of you kind of understand that. Right here. So if I were to say this is This is the page that we're trying to work on right now, right? That's the design that we. I I don't know. Um, I'm gonna ask you a question, and the question is gonna be in here. You want to access your like members' roles. How do you do that? And I'm gonna just observe: is the user going to navigate around here? Is the user going to search? Is the user going to click on roles or member list? Like from this page, they want to access roles. Are they going to go to role or not? Usually, what I'm trying to do when I'm asking the question is to not include any words that are part of the thing that they want to reach. So if I'm saying roles, I'm probably going to reformulate that or rephrase that into you want to change the access level of a member of your team. How would you do that from this page? Then, then give me the information and the look at what happens to say, well, they clicked on member list first, which sent them to this thing filled up, and then they changed the role through that, which makes sense. Like that's one of the way to do it. But then I asked them to change the role and that create a new role. That maybe they just go and roll, they create a new role, they do the things, and it can follow through to make sure that that new role that they just created has the permission that they wanted. Right? That's the thing. That is giving me all the information that I need to know that the simplicity of the interface is good enough. Like they knew exactly where to go. And sometimes, like let's go into another page, like the profile view or something. Maybe I'm here and I'm like, I want you to change your own role from your profile. How do you do that? Well, I don't fucking know. I need to go in settings. I need to navigate to something else, and from there, some of the users might say, well, I don't really know. Maybe there is the need for my own role if I have the ability to do that around here. Maybe there is the need for something else. This is only something that I can know if and only if I look at what they do and how they behave. However, this is user testing, and that's the way that I'm ensuring and validate my design decision with real users because I can. If I can't, I'm going to use something like full story or something else. But full story is a pretty good thing for that. It's going to record and track the users across your app to ensure that they're doing um, like whatever you want them to do. And so the way that this worked is with one of the like images that you have at the top was pretty simple. But the way that it works is you define a flow for your app, your things, your whatever, and you say, well, from page A, I want the user to achieve page G. And to do that, they need to go through this, and that. But the goal is always to be like, I want them to be here and I want them to reach the processes, for example. They have the ability to just go back to the home page and then reach the processes from there. They have the ability to just click on processes at the top. They have the ability to do something else. Um, as long as they start here and they reach there, it's kind of positive. But full story is going to give me all the clicks that they've done, where or which pages they went through, and what they have worked with, and so on. With that, same thing. I'm going to see that I have my flows. Oh, not A. I have my flows for what I want the users to do. And I can check if they do it the way that I'm expecting them to do. Like they are supposed to take 3 steps to achieve there, but for some reason, they do it in 2. Good. that's a win for me. They are doing faster than expected, but they're still reaching the goal. So that's one of the flows that is in the background that is tracked automatically, and I don't do anything. Maybe there is something that they could reach in one click, and most of the users are taking 6 clicks because they don't know where the thing is. That implies that, for example, the element that they are looking for is not visible enough in the first home screen. So if I'm thinking about this, and let's say I'm going into a table view, which is my first screen, I think if it loads, right? If I'm getting there and they wanted to add a new process or create something else and they just struggle to go through the entire thing, then there's something to be changed based on the data that I'm getting from the analytics. So that's basically how I validate the things. If it's easy for the users through the analytics tool that we have, then it's good. Like if it's supposed to take between like 2 to 3 clicks maximum, and they take 2 clicks, 1 click here and there, and it's fine, then I'm good with it. If they take like 6 and they give up and they don't achieve the thing that they were supposedly looking for, that's it. That's the thing. So that's basically how you do it. The most effective one for me is the in person, where I mean, you can't hide anything. Like if I'm in a room with you or on a call with you and I can see your face, your hands, your gestures, your things, there is no hiding. I know exactly how you have perceived that page specifically by the small amount of face expression you did when you went with it. Like if I'm asking something and you're like, I don't know, but then you look at it, then you find it. The first impression that I saw from your face of, well, I'm confused right there. What was the ask? That implies that the thing was not necessarily good. So even if after like thinking for 10 seconds, they find the things right away and they do the things in 1 click, a 10 second of thinking is already a tell for me that it's a bit hidden and it could benefit from being a bit more visible. Like for example, the search might be a bit too light in terms of visibility, and we might benefit from having the full field right here with a bit of a darker background that says search for anything. Right? I don't know, but that's something that could help the user to just know that, okay, so that's a thing that is beneficial because they have taken relatively 10 seconds, 15 seconds to look for the search. And they were looking here because they were looking for the search inside of the table, but not the search that is global because it's a global search. So there is like a bit of a dichotomy. No, what's the word? Bitch. Word. Discrepancy? No. Something that is different. Difference in between what they say and what they do. The time they take to do something is really, really telling. So that's something. And then you have other thing, as in brain Mavin. No. What's the fucking name? It's not user testing. I'm looking for the fucking thing that is made for apps. Refused. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's the day? Maze. God damn it. That's the fucking thing that I was looking for. I knew there was like an M somewhere. Maze is another one. It's mostly for designers, and it basically gives you the ability to do the same thing, and roughly giving you the ability to get like a heat map, success rates, process flows, and so on. And the way that it works is that the users is receiving something like this, where they have tasks. They have tasks to do, right? They need to do things, and they have this through a guided interface that is not with you. And with that, you have data in like milliseconds that they took to achieve something and so on. So it's not in person, but it's good enough to get the information. And so you can just do that and go through the system of saying, well, based on the flow that I have defined, same thing as full story, but like for designs, you get the steps of where the user has clicked, where they've looked at, where they clicked on things. The heat map is pretty useful. And then you can just, with the data, just say, well, the flow that I'm asking for is a bit too complex. So there is a need for something in between step 1 and 3 that is a bit more simplified for step 2 compared to what we currently have. Like that's the basic thing. And based on the data, again, you just define stuff. You know, that's the thing. Um, Grover, hi, welcome on. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. Um, but that's the base. It's at the end of the day, that's what I was saying to Hertz on YouTube, which disappeared and went out. Um, Basically, design is really simple, and it is just a question of understanding the user and then understanding the needs of the user. Sometimes the user is yourself. Most of the times, that's not the case. So you just need to understand what the users, current users, and who they are, what they do, how they do things, and and then figure out the best way to do that. That's the thing. Yeah, share the link, share the link, share link. That's not gonna work. I think the comma is breaking it. Huh? God damn. Cool. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Um, so yeah, no, that's the thing. Maze is going to be really good for design related stuff. Full story is really good for in production content, and then after that, um, user testing, like in person user testing, is really good for validating uh, your designs. The last point, and then uh, let's check out the portfolio. The One of the things I can do to validate your design decision if you are in production is how many users do you have? How many users are currently taking advantage of feature A? 3 out of 10,000? Then feature A is kind of shit. That's a way of saying validate your design decision, right? Like either something doesn't work or the marketing around the feature didn't work at all and people don't know that that feature exists. That's another way to know. Like, well, we have this thing that you know could work, could not work. No, Maze is not open source. Maze is well, not open source. Maze is pretty good. Overall, we do like it. We do like it. But yeah, that's the overall thing. So when you have someone that is giving you like feature whatever is not used based on data, right? That means that either the feature is not marketed enough or the feature is not useful to the users. One of the things that I had in, I'm guessing here, the TLDV, which was like one of the at-home assignment thingy, they were saying, I don't know if I have access to this. I don't know if I have the brief here. I don't think I do. I don't. one of the main things that they said was in this page, which is wasn't this design, people didn't understand that we had um, prompt templates for the AI to ask stuff directly. People didn't understand that the brief was generated by default if they wanted to. And a lot of people were asking, that uh, can I do that when it's in the settings? They just didn't know. So these are types of things that, I kind of needed to go through and showcase and propose and say, well, that is an interesting thing that the user doesn't know, which is kind of weird. So basically, what I did was when you um, reload the page, like for example here, I did something of client name is like noticed as, oh, it already exists in your calendar with that person on that discovery call, that onboarding call, and that first month's feedback, like recaps that you already have done in our system. And so, like all of that, you get the ability to to say, well, oh yeah, cool. The discovery call is useless for me, but like the onboarding and first months are going to be really useful. So you need to add that inside of this view for the full recap to have the meeting reports to make sense based on past interactions. So yeah, that's the that's a thing that I just like gave them as an option. You know, like same thing because the user doesn't know that it exists, but it exists. It's built in the app right now. You can just hint that it exists, and maybe that bump the usage rate and so on. Maze is right here. Maze is a user testing platform, basically. Um, and they just help you to ensure that the flows that you had in your head work. That's not my app at all. It's just like it's one of the tools that I used to use. So that's it. Let me reload this to see if you have like animations. You don't. Cool. Um, give me what type of feedback are you looking for? And a bit of context before I start scrolling. I see things already that I would reorganize, but yeah, give me that. Also, mm, have a hard time pronouncing your name. Unch, I guess. Unch. Suggestion about trying to apply for the internship and your student. Cool. That helps. All right. I'm gonna. So how I do reviews, I go through the entire thing for an overview. I notice thing, and then I'm going back up and I'm explaining what I've seen. It's really, really quick, but it works. Um, and the second thing that I need here, because I feel like this is probably the case. Yeah. So your portfolio makes a bit more sense. Not there, but like it makes a bit more sense on mobile than it makes on desktop. That's the first thing. Uh, the first thing that I saw in the beginning was roughly in most places, the profile picture is on the left side. So we expect this to be around here. And then you push the main title like you just swapped the two. That's something that is recommended. The uh, the second thing that I'm seeing is in terms of the recommendation that we have for portfolios. This is mostly recommendation for devs portfolios, but it works for sorry, designer portfolio, but it also works for devs portfolio. The about me and key achievement, why not? But not necessarily good. About me is not necessarily something that you want to have said like this. I would say this um, could go there, like underneath as a second line. That's the thing. The values, like the PLs that you've done and uh, the $1,000 in bounties, it's pretty nice. Congrats. That's pretty nice. Um, that is not necessarily something that the hiring person would want to read or see in the beginning. If I'm hiring someone and I'm looking for a dev, I want to know what they've done. So mostly some of your project, I would put that at the top. So your core places I contributed at is interesting. It feels like as if that was like a resume, but it's not your resume because it's like open source bounty things and the amount of PRs that you've done. I don't know enough about um, bounties and PR merged that you've done, like, or how it works in general, to know if this is something that is important for hiring person. So that is where I have a bit of lack. I don't know. I don't have enough experience and understanding of these things to know if this is good or not good. In my eyes right now, this is not necessarily something that I would want to hire someone for, because the bounty that you've heard might be uh, different, like paid per per platforms, which is kind of weird. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. The main thing being, these could be above. So I would reorganize stuff, take that underneath the core places, like around here, and then education stack is pretty good here. What I don't understand, or it's not necessarily don't understand, but like it's not so good. Chris, welcome on it. Your stack badges are really tiny. Most of the things on your portfolio are really tiny. I would say if you put everything at like 125% bumped in terms of sizes, it becomes to be a bit more readable and easier to scan. So that's something. Um, just like that. So just like that. The So if I'm zooming in at 125%, you can see how I would want to see your project first, because that's the most important thing for me as a hiring person. That's the first thing. The other thing is going to be these cards specifically. Um, I I would say these cards could benefit from being like half of the width and just have um, like instead of having the image on the side, you have the image on the top. That would give you like half of the width for sure, and then you can have that side by side. So you have like four of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you can have a grid of your four projects, and that would take exactly that spot. Like it would be front and center. Hi, this is my name. This is what I do. Um, and you know these things right there. Um, That's a way of saying it. Yes. So that's the thing for the contribution. I would do that, having the icon on top, um, kind of helps. And then there is something to be said about that statement, because I don't know what you do. Like TypeScript dev, good. Bounty hunter, interesting. I don't know if this is something that is really common in India, in which case, fine. If that is giving you points to hiring people, good, keep it. But I don't know about it. I would probably say, uh, hi, Hans here, TypeScript dev, bounty hunter, if that helps underneath. And then specialized in full stack dev, testing infrastructure and developing or developer tools right there. So I would like do that uh, with uh, I can't type. I should copy paste, right? That's what I should do. I do that. Um, Also, that is a very me thing, and it's a very ego related thing. So pay attention if you want. This, you are a TypeScript developer, meaning there is plenty of others like you. Not good. Like a TypeScript developer means there are others. And if you just start with like, I'm like TypeScript dev, like there is no question. This is what I do. That I'm a TypeScript dev. If I go on to, obviously unbiased, um, but I am the helping designer. There is no one else that is the helping designer. That's me. And like that's basically a thing where you imply that you are the best at, you are the only one at doing this. It's not true, but the way that it's perceived by the people that are coming to your platforms and your landing pages and portfolios, like, yeah, a TypeScript dev, another one that is applying, obviously. The TypeScript dev, damn, like that sets you as the reference and the person that would be the good, like the fit for the job, you know. So that's just small details. And then the other thing that I've seen in terms of text is you have your name here, and then you have your name here again. So maybe you could have Grover at the top as well, so that you just you can have that again. Um, that's not necessarily like a bad thing or a good thing. It's just you know doesn't doesn't take much. Um, and then if I go into this one and I'm getting uh, that, that, oh, I can't do that. Can I do that? I can't do that. That, 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 and then I removed that shit. That's shorter, but whatever. If I'm removing this, I would probably place that just underneath here because it would make more sense to me. But that's just me. Um, you have this in the flex box, which makes sense. I would love to place that here though. Can I do that? Yeah. Um, I do that for the top section, personally speaking. Um, Even though it breaks the layout, I kind of like the fact that you have the image on the side because it just it separates the thing and you have alignment on the left side. So that's a good enough thing. But small details, it doesn't matter. I would remove this section because it's redundant with this. Basically, if you have these things that are regarding the bounty hunting that you're doing and the bounty that you're receiving, I don't know. Again, that's very a me thing because I don't have the understanding. I don't know if it's something that is very popular in India. If it's the case, and if being a bounty hunter dev is positive, keep that and don't listen to anything that I'm going to say right now. If it's just something that you like to do, in my eyes, as a hiring person that is looking for someone to hire full time in my company, I'm seeing someone as a bounty hunter that is doing things on the side. I subconsciously, whatever, I don't think about it. It's just, oh, if there is a bounty that is big enough for them to work on something, they will prioritize the bounty over the work that they are doing for me in my company. And so that is something that might happen in the hiring manager brain, saying like, oh, it looks interesting, but they are also bounty hunter, meaning that if there's a bounty good enough somewhere, they're going to run there and try to get it, which makes sense. But therefore, if that bounty happens to be or to fall out on a Tuesday, they're going to go there. And my Tuesday at work, that means nothing anymore because the bounty itself is going to pay them more than what they would have earned on that day at work. So, again, if it's something that is positive in India, do it, keep it there because it proves that you have the skills to go like fetch bugs and bounties and some stall stuff. But you know, if I'm hiring and it's not positively viewed by myself, I don't know. That's also one of the reasons why I'm saying like put that at the bottom. Um, do that in Square. I can't do that in myself. I don't have the skills to do that. I'm not a dev. Um, so yeah, Square would be good. Like 4-4 or 2-2. Whatever, whichever things would work. I think that would be pretty good and it helps you a lot. Um, you might have to reorganize the things, but like that's interesting. You are in school, so that I'm seeing that you will still be in school for 2 years. That's debatable, but that's fine. um, that's also a very interesting thing in my head right now. I don't know the quality of the education in computer science in India. I know you're good, but I don't know how good the education is and how beneficial it is for you. I dropped out of school twice. I decided the first time that it wasn't good enough, I went back and then I taught the thing to my teachers and I gave up. So You know, like that happens. Um, but if like if the learnings that you're making and the teaching that you're receiving from this school is good and you feel like you're learning a lot, keep the times, keep the years. If you're not and you would rather work, don't put the the, the years. And if someone comes to your portfolio and would be willing to hire you and you think you would learn a lot in the company directly rather than being in school, why not stop school and just learn there? I know, parents, but still, you know. Other than that, you have a ton of skills, which is impressive in the thing that you're doing in terms of testing. You have some of the DevOps related like activities, and front end and back end are pretty nice. The thing that I would say is again, your badges are a bit tiny. I would personally make these things a bit bigger just to make that make more sense. I know that you have the text where you at. There, got it. Um, would I be able to MD this? Yeah. Medium text might be better to help you go through things. Um, oh god, that's not a, yeah, that's tailwind for you, right? I feel like it would be easier for me to read if I had this instead. Again, I'm already zoomed in at 125%, so I would zoom in again at probably 150% for the badges uh, across everything, and then yeah, no, overall this makes sense to an extent. Um, it feels like again, I'm really much of a layout person because right now you only have like a single column with no horizontal alignment and things, and it's kind of different. Um, I would probably say I'm about to. This might be interesting to get um, as an horizontal grid instead of a vertical column based thing. So that system, which I think we've used here, but that's the thing. If it was horizontal instead of vertical, which I don't think I have the ability to change that here. Um, I don't think that's yeah, that's not the thing. uh, yeah, if you had them side to side instead of vertically, I feel like that could be interesting. I don't know how easy it would be, to be honest. Not gonna lie on this one, but yeah, just having front end, back end testing has three columns. I can just scan through would be good. Yeah, that's the thing. The other thing that I haven't touched on is the navigation. Your navigation has a bit more, not enough padding on the sides of your buttons, specifically on the right side compared to the left side. So you kind of want to have, let's say you have 4 on one side, you kind of want to have double that or 1.5 that on the other sides, specifically when that side is just text. The best recommendation, and I don't know if you can do that, I'm going to be able to check on this one specifically, the distance you have in between things right about here. So your, god damn it, these bitches every time. One day. Oh, interesting. Ooh, it zoom. Ah, yeah, no, it's because I touched it. That's fine. The basically the distance that I'm talking about is the distance in between the icon and the text is supposed to be the same on the other side. So from myself, let's say that you have probably 8 point in between the two. Right now you're at 0, like 2 points, 2 point on these sides. You need to be kind of matching. The design thing that we do and the thing that we showcase is if you have an element, like let's say this thing is 24, 32 in height. Um, hmm. Yeah, no, frame is easy to launch and that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. So let's say you have your icon here, right? And the thing that we know for a fact is that icons are usually in squares. They are contained in two squares. What you want to do is ensure that your top, bottom, and whatever is the same. So your overall like alignment, two at the top, two at the bottom, two on the side. Cool. If you have text next to it, it's usually going to be either the same height or a bit lower. If you put like two in between, that means that this icon is contained in a square that is technically 24 by 24. You want to give it a bit more space, so you usually just double the space, right? These are wrong values, but they are values still. And that means that here you want to have 4, therefore the end here, you kind of want to have 4 as well, so that it looks like the elements that is around this, and we do that properly, and the element or the space that is around here, let's do cyan for this one, god damn it, right? If I do 4, I'm getting roughly the distance that is covered, getting the covering here as well. So it's centered properly. And the best option would be to have that further out so that you have the same amount of space. And then this is pushed out again, which means that your pushed out on this side is supposed to be +2, which I know is a bit annoying, but that's the rough situations. And so this is my build setup. If I'm rendering it without the fucking borders and I'm making sure that things make sense, this is going to be rounded. This is probably going to be rounded-ish, but not too much. It's probably going to be like somewhere at 60%. Based on the fact that you are currently using a badge, this is going to be rounded and rounded, right? That's what happens. What I'm seeing personally is that this is still not good. I would rather have something around here for visual impact based on the fact that this is a very, very massive element. If it was just text, it has a less impactful frame overall, so that could be a thing. Going back to 2, for example, would give me back this, and that kind of makes sense to me. So overall, the goal is, or at least from my point of view, the space that you have here is roughly the goal around here. So right now, I have 4 in between these two things, and I have 8 on this side. And then I have 2, 2, 2, because this needs to be centered. So for you here, you have 0 apparently around the icon itself, and not enough on the sides. So it depends on which things you have, but I would bump the space on the right side and probably bump the space as well on the left side. I kind of giving it a bit more space around, just a smidge, but like that's That's something. Other than that, these are fun. They are kind of weird when it comes to the transition, specifically like the ones that are not in the center. Like Twitter is the only one that is good and aligned. This one is not centered, and this one is really much on the side. So make sure that this works. That you ensure that this is like, properly spaced. And yeah, the first thing that I saw, which I didn't talk about just yet, I know, I know, I took my time, is this. I don't think this is a good place for it. I think you could do the same thing here. You could have a pill with your icons in a tiny format right next to this and just, you know, space them out a bit. That should probably work. And then make sure that you have like responsiveness as well. Like that's really important. Um, but yeah, that's about it. I know I went a bit deep in there. But yeah, if you have any question on what I just said, feel free to ask. Like we went through that kind of fast. I appreciate that. That's what we do around here. So, you know, it happens. It happens. I'm doing my best. I'm helping as much as I can. That's the title. Um, I didn't really look at the content itself because right now the only thing that I can see from here is you've worked on bounties, and that doesn't really give me any information uh, unless I'm clicking on it, which I didn't. Uh, but so I'm just it makes me laugh every time that Code Rabbits is just adding poems. Uh, God damn it. Um, yeah, I I don't know that I don't know. Um, because I don't have any understanding and relation with bounties and how open source software works in terms of contributions, and I'm also not a dev. That's really important. The amount of thing that I do understand when I'm looking at things and I see what you do and I see your PRs and all of that, I don't really have any informations or option to say this is good or bad and the content is good or bad. I don't have a frame of reference for that. So other than that, the only thing that I can say is that your skills based on what you are talking about are good. Um, I don't really know the testing and DevOps stuff other than Homebrew and Docker. I mean, GitHub, obviously, but like these two, I don't know what that is. Other than now that I just read it end-to-end test, yes. So I don't know what Playwright is. The rest is making a lot of sense to me. Um, and then I would say, in terms of for an internship or for uh, a position, I don't know the internship culture in India. So that's is important for you to take into consideration. I don't know. For me, internship around here is probably gonna require you to either put your school name at the top if it's uh, like important, but uh, other than that, mm, I think I mean it seems pretty good to me from an external point of view that doesn't really understand what you're doing entirely, but still do understand some of the things. You have the skills to do the work in some capacity. You understand how things work really quickly, or you would understand things pretty quickly. And then, uh, yeah, I mean, if it's an internship, you're probably not necessarily going to be paid. Sorry. Uh, and, you know, could happen. I get that. So that's why you do bounties, which is fine. Um, but yeah, I mean, if you've been doing bounty huntings and things for a long time and you have the skills, I would say the best thing that you can have on your portfolio is a project. I don't know if you have a project, like maybe you do. I don't know. Um, but if you do have a project and you have something that makes sense to you to showcase, other than the bounty, like other than the portfolio itself, because like that's obviously a project. Um, I would have that somewhere. Like, God, I can't even type my name. Like I'm here. I'm on the portfolio. I'm looking at things. I have my own project where I'm showcasing what I've done, and I should probably do and add like some code related content in there to showcase that I have dev the thing. But like that's the content that I have right here, which is really bad, and I need to work on that for sure. But at least I have like project that I've worked on, and I can showcase that content. That's the thing. Whereas here, I can only see that you have contributed to PRs, and yeah, I don't know. But then again, I'm looking at the PR merge. You have 33 here, 20 here, 100 here, which means that you have the skills. So I don't know if with your level of expertise right now, um, I, I, I feel like you might be better looking for a job rather than a uh, internship. That's an interesting way of saying it, Delvin. Um, how did you turn that out so fast, bitch? Like, how the fuck? God damn. That's good. That's what I was saying, so that you have like basically your things. Yeah, yeah. How did you spun out this with the fucking links, like the correct ones? I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Um, yeah, it's pretty nice. I'm guessing this is a template thingy, which makes sense, but it works. I would just have it in dark mode now because god damn, that's neat. That is neat. Would agree. Would agree. But yeah, that's about it. Just a loading animation. Congrats. Good job. Good job. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm dying right now. So yeah, that would be the recommendations. That would be the things that makes the most sense and it would probably help you. Again, I think the content is probably good um, based on that, but also I don't have much time. But you used Bolt. I see. I see. I see. I don't work full time, but I do work full time. Like I work full time for myself as a freelancer. Um, Sadly, I've been trying to look for another full time position for the past 2 years, and it's just every time I find something, it's not good enough, or it's not interesting enough, or I don't like the company enough, or they don't pay me enough. And yeah, eh, it happens. It happens. Am I sending you to Maya or am I sending you to John? Hmm. Hmm. Or am I sending you to someone that is Japanese that is doing some cooking? Or this bitch is live. Sorry, 1 second. That is going to be a bit different. But yeah, I'm sending you to Gothic. It's been a while since we could do that. So enjoy the raid, as always. Thanks a lot for being here. If you want to watch the VOD, again, that's going to be on YouTube. If you want to ask a question when I'm not live, you know, um, join the Discord. And then if you want to ask me a question when I'm live, you can come back here on Friday. And yeah, um, that's the thing. If you want to learn Japanese, Can is really good. I'm biased, and if you want to give me some money because you think that what I said was really good, uh,
Ma!
you know, maybe use a UI kit. We never know. Maybe it's good. Nonetheless, I mean, stay there for the raid. At least stay there for the raid. I'll see you soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Grab some you won. That's impressive. I don't think these numbers are true. As always, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. And I'll see you all off there. Bye.